they're about to order the 360 reviews, and they want to know what we want them to evaluate. What are the
360.
issues? What are the issues we want to look at? And I said, I don't know. I'm not going to be here.
Well, with 360 review, it just does the whole thing. What your interpersonal skills are, what your organization is.
Okay.
I haven't done it in probably 4 years, 4 or 5 years.
I have never done it, so I don't know what's specifically involved.
Yeah, it's very cool, actually. You know,
Hey, I'm sure it's a good thing personally.
it's cool inside.
We've got one up there, but we'll need others.
Good morning. Oh, man, I'm dying in here. It's so hot. I won't warm his clothes.
You ready? Okay, let's go.
Many people in there.
Yeah. Good morning to this City Council special meeting budget work session on Friday, November the 19th. I'm going to do a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem, are you here?
Here.
Councilmember Rivenbark, are you here? Councilmember O'Grady, you here?
Present.
Councilmember Anderson, are you here? Councilmember Barnett, are you here?
Present.
Councilmember Spears, are you here? Councilmember Spears? Kevin? Councilmember Spears? Okay. He's online, okay? And the chair is here. At this time, I'm going to turn this meeting over to our city manager, Mr. Tony Caudle. Mr. Caudle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. We appreciate you taking this day out of your schedule. We know it's not always convenient or easy, but we appreciate you doing this. This is a really good opportunity for us to brief you on what we're going to do with regard to the upcoming budget process and to be able to get direction from you regarding how we ought to alter that process as we go forward. This morning, we have a number of things that we're trying to accomplish. First of all, we're trying to let you know where we think you finished the fiscal year. Most of those numbers are finalized now, and we'll be able to give you a snapshot of where we ended the fiscal year in June 30, 2021. In addition to that, we want to talk to you about some of our budget strategies going forward. As you know, there are some items of interest, especially with regard to the nonprofit agencies, both processes of which will begin again this year, one for a 2-year period and one for a 3. And we want to talk to you a little bit about criteria for judging those nonprofit organizations and the applications that they submit. And then, of course, probably our top priority for the forthcoming budget year is compensation and retention, and we want to be able to set some things out for you that we see in the market, and then also talk about how we believe we might be able to retain some of our folks that we've been losing to some higher paying jobs. And then finally, we'll wrap up the day with a capital improvement update. Always an interesting thing, always something that requires your input, and simply just providing that input will give us the direction we need to set in going forward with the budget. We'd like to start the morning, though, to bring forward for you a success story. We want for you to hear what the folks over in the Code Enforcement Division have been doing. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Brian Renner, our Chief Code Enforcement Officer.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, everyone else. So my name is Brian. I want to kind of talk about our housing code process a little bit, just as a refresher, and then kind of go into some examples of some houses that we've had fixed up here in the city, and kind of explain the way my team does our work before you guys see really the end result. So just kind of as a refresher, my staff consists of myself, 2 primary housing code officers. I have 2 officers primarily assigned to public nuisance, the grass and trash issues in the city. And then I have 2 administrative support, and I'm hiring 1 at the moment. So as a reminder of our process, we go from request, then we inspect those requests. We also do proactive work. We notify, and then we kind of follow up on that notification just to make sure the issues were resolved, and if not, we'll move them forward through our process, which would be the housing code hearing and the findings of fact that most of you are familiar with from our condemnations. The public hearing process, which is when I'm here during city council meetings, we go into what our authority is with that, which is to repair, demolish, or vacate and close. The fact that repair, demolish, and vacate and close are in there are pretty heavy. It authorizes my office to do quite a bit with properties that we're hoping to do some exciting, innovative things in the future, but we're still developing those programs. This data is just kind of a snapshot of what we've done in the last 13 years since our system that we manage is. I think a big takeaway on this is that it's 75% of our cases result in repair by the owner. So from when we open a case, 75% of our cases of all time have been repaired by the owner, most of the time before you guys even see them. And then 20% of those are demolished by the owner. And then less than 5% of our housing code cases actually come before council to be demolished by the city. And you can see here just some of that data. In the last 3.5 fiscal years since I've been here, we've had 440 properties repaired, 101 were demolished by the owner, and we actually demolished 8. And then this is just kind of a snapshot of our hearing results, so you can kind of see where things are at in the process. This is an ongoing flow from sending notices every day to taking things to hearing every month to bringing things before you every month. So this is just to show you a little bit of the metrics of where we've been at with houses that have been demolished after hearing, the ones that we still have in process, and then the ones that we brought before you when they went to hearing. So we're going to talk about a few of the properties now. This property is off of Anderson. We've been working on this one for a while. So the situation with this property was the owner passed away, and their family didn't know what to do with it. And that owner actually owned several properties in the city. The family decided to sell the property, and it was bought by a father who has a family of 4, single father, and he's in the process of fixing this house up so he can move his family in. We've been working with him to kind of facilitate getting the property cleaned up and making repairs to the house. So this is one of those tough projects that's ongoing that we have. This next one's off of Gray Street. This one was actually a proactive case opened by a housing code officer. He was in the neighborhood working on something else, and he saw the condition of the house. So he reached out to the owner, who's actually a family member of the original owner, and he encouraged them to make the repairs. And you can see in that bottom right photo the significant amount of change that's happened on that property just by us driving by, seeing it, and getting in contact with somebody. This next one on McRae, this one was really challenging. We find often that homeowners have a lot more issues than just the condition of the house. A lot of times we're dealing with the condition of the property, we're dealing with coordination between contractors, and this woman, it was actually an elderly woman, and what we were able to do is work with her to get the yard cleaned up. Sorry, this one's actually off Bonham. And we had to coordinate with our recycling and trash services because she kept putting stuff out for pickup while she was cleaning up the yard, and they weren't picking it up, and she wasn't understanding why. So my officer got involved, connected her with recycling and trash, and kind of figured out what the problem was to get that fixed. And you can see the hole in the porch roof, and on the right, the fixed photo of that. This case is still open, and we're still managing it, but it took a lot of work from our team. This one's off of McRae. We find often that homeowners have a lot of problems with contractors. This property owner had been trying to get this house fixed for several years, but contractors kept starting the work, taking her money, and leaving town. So we were able to refer her to our housing rehabilitation loan program. She decided not to take the loan from the city, but went and self-financed, but she's been fixing this house over time. This one's one of my favorite ones off of Wooster. I'm sure you've all seen this house. This is a prime example of abandoned air property. The deed holder passed away in 2013. The bank was supposed to take back the property, and they never did, which is a pretty common story that we see. We were able to locate the deed holder's daughter, who actually only lived a few blocks away, and she had been watching this property deteriorate for years, and she thought the bank owned it and wasn't able to do anything about it. But finding out that she still actually had ownership rights to the property, we were able to connect with her through our hearing process, and she decided to sell the property to somebody, and they've renovated that house. So this is what the house looks like now. And that's what the inside looked like at the time, and what it looks like now. Here's another, we'll kind of end on another abandoned property, abandoned air property. This one belonged to a dissolved company. The owner of the company passed away and never settled his affairs. He actually owned a few houses here in the city. We tracked down an heir who was in, I believe, South Carolina or Georgia. She was aware of the properties and didn't really have any plans to do anything with them. So through our hearing process, we encouraged her to do something with it, which her plan in this instance was to sell the property, and the new owner renovated it. But these are just kind of some short examples of the hundreds of cases that my team manages every year. You know, we inspect over typically around 40 properties a month for housing code issues, and they're all kind of different. Every property is unique, and they all have their own unique challenges. Some of those challenges, they range from, like I mentioned, contractor issues to family disputes to mental health Some people, it's not a priority for them. Sometimes it's just too complicated and people don't understand what they need to do. Sometimes you can't find anybody. But one of the most challenging ones is that tenant-landlord relationship. We spend a lot of time navigating that relationship between a tenant and a landlord to encourage repairs on the property. And we encourage repairs through a variety of ways. Our hearing processes, making phone calls, tracking people down, issuing citations after hearings. We use courtesy notices to try to fix minor issues. We engage with a variety of programs, Coastal Horizons, we work with WARM, Rebuild NC, the county, Catholic Charities, social services. So our officers do a lot more than just send a notice and tear down houses. We do a lot of that community building. So kind of going into it, you know, we really are on the front line of preserving the city's housing stock, and we're on the front line of honestly preserving affordable housing in the city. When you talk about, as we watch these houses deteriorate in our communities, my office is able to intervene and work with owners and work with heirs to try to get these problems solved. And as I'd mentioned, we do that through a variety of ways, different programs and all that I had previously mentioned. So as I kind of alluded to before, we're looking at a lot of trying to develop some innovative programs, trying to think of new ways to think about how we manage our housing code cases, and not necessarily new, but work with what other municipalities are doing and try to benchmark off of them. Looking at what we can do to revise our ordinance to maybe be a little bit more effective out in the community. As you may recall, I've been working on how our housing code process works since I've been here for a few years. So these are just kind of some of the examples of some of those opportunities that we're picking out. And I'm here for any questions, comments, or concerns.
Sir, Mr. Rodenbach?
I think
Oh,
Kevin
Mr.
raised
Grady?
his hand first.
Thank you. Obviously, you're doing a great job because we're not seeing as many of these as we used to. And when they come into us, some of them are being saved, and I appreciate that. And I like hearing that you're working with some other organizations. And one I didn't hear you mention is WARM, Wilmington Area Rebuilding Ministry, because you know they are in the business of looking for people who are in houses that have some physical problem and helping them get those repaired. It would be good for you to make that contact as well.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I was at a Historic Wilmington Foundation meeting recently, and the new director said they had done a survey. You know, we have contributing structures, those that contribute to the historic district. They were doing a survey on the north end, and he gave a statistic of how many of the houses aren't there anymore. They've been demolished. And I'm concerned that maybe we're doing some of that. I think it would be good if you could try to make some contact with him for two reasons. One is he'd be able to tell you whether there's another factor there, whether it's a contributing structure, but also they may have some funds to assist. It's just another organization that can help you do, which I'm happy to hear you are doing, which is trying to get these houses back in, because they are what's known as naturally occurring affordable housing, and we want to keep that as much as we can.
Yeah, thank
Thanks.
you, Councilman. I have a very good working relationship with the Historic Foundation. I actually have a meeting on Monday.
Great.
With him. And then, yeah, we do work with WARM and those other programs too. I appreciate you bringing that up in this forum. It's really something that we do strive to do to try to outsource some of that connection as well, and try to encourage those repairs through, you know, a variety of avenues. Thank you.
Great.
Good morning. From time to time, our legal department brings us a compilation of cases that they're working on, where we are in the process, and I would ask that if you could provide council with that same update from time to time, because sometimes we go too long without hearing how things have progressed since they came before us, or other items that not necessarily have come before us. Where you are in the pipeline with getting some of these things, because we hear about them. I mean, we hear about them, we see them, and people ask me what's going on over here. I don't know, I'll find out. But if we could, I'm not talking about every month or every two, I'm talking about maybe once or twice a year, if we could get things, not ones that have come before us, like some you just showed us, but other things that loom large that could come before us, just kind of let us know where you are with you and your team are with those, okay?
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Thank you. I'm not trying to load you up with work, but just put together a list and just kind of give us an update where we are. Thank you.
Brian, is there a, I don't know if you can you go back to that very first slide? Well, I've got it, but I thought everybody'd want to see it.
I have control, okay.
Anyway, it had the numbers, and
Yeah,
I guess adding up all those, you still have, combined owner and city, a fair amount of homes. Is there any, you've been here a while now, you said you've been, your last slide went to the idea of you're trying to change things and how it's handled. What, is there anything that we can do to help you in terms of your job or management, city management can to get ahead of some of these? Or is it just, I guess I think sometimes we have this, it's got to be reported by somebody. And to me and I know that means more manpower. You don't have people just riding around looking for stuff. But on some level, I'm not sure we shouldn't be doing that a little bit. I don't know if it's an hour a day, a week for somebody or something to be where we're a little more proactive about going and, you take this neighbor, just move around town and try to find, because I think, that's still too many. How do we get ahead of it a little bit? Does that make sense?
yeah, definitely, and I can speak to that a little bit. I encourage my team to do kind of what I like to call like a block-by-block approach. So when we're out there and we look at a house, it's generally look left and right and pick up everything you see in that area. And we've been pretty successful with that. I don't have our proactive versus reactive ratio numbers right now, but that'll most likely be in our budget transmittal. Yeah, we definitely are working on that. And a lot of it, to answer your question, it does boil down to manpower. As I had said, I have 2 primary housing code officers. One really just handles downtown, and then the other handles the rest of the city. The reason I have 4 officers and only 2 people handling housing is because public nuisance is quite a beast. We do thousands and thousands of public nuisance cases a year, and it's not really possible for someone to provide the attention on a housing code case while they're managing hundreds of public nuisance cases. So yeah, a lot of it is staffing. In a way, we do work with our community development partners, Suzanne's team over there, and their rehab programs, and Suzanne and I are in conversations about how we can connect the authority that my office has with the strategies that her office is employing to encourage repairs early. And those are still in the early conversations, but it's not lost on us that we do want to intervene as soon as possible. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Brian, before you leave, just one property we've been talking about is the one at 7th and Castle, the 2-story building that has been in really significant disrepair since Hurricane Florence, and it looks like it's going to fall in the street. Can you give us an update on what the heck's going on
Yeah,
there or anything?
I can do that right now. We were scheduled to take that to hearing yesterday. I received a letter from the owner's attorney, and I've been in contact with the owner since he bought that property last year. Where they're at right now is they're kind of in the engineering phase of getting permits to reconstruct that building. They requested a continuance to December, so we're going to take that to hearing in December with their full plan hopefully in place so that we can provide them what would be called a reasonable timeline to fix that building before it comes before council. So that's where we're at with that building.
All right, very good. Thank you.
One of the, I guess, let me just go back to what I was saying. One of the ones that interests me, the gentleman over off of Carr Avenue, McClellan, I can't think of the name, McGregor or whatever the street is. It's a little house right there. You know what I'm talking about? North Carr Avenue, McClellan Drive.
You're talking about, I think, 513 North Carr. It's a white house.
It's not on Carr. It's in that neighborhood off to the north of Carr Avenue. Never mind.
Send me an email on it, and I'll get you the info.
Okay. He was very contentious.
Oh.
Down at the convention center.
Yes, 503 Clover.
There you go.
I'm working with the city attorney's office on how to best approach that.
Because nothing's going on there.
There's some things, there's some strange things going on there. We're
Well, I
aware
didn't
of
mean
it.
that kind of things. I meant there's not any improvements going on.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, we just wanted to make sure, excuse me, that since you see most of the downside of the code enforcement folks, that you understand that we do have many successes out there. Brian Renner came on with a fresh approach and a fresh set of eyes. His staff has followed him well, and he's made a lot of improvements within that division. And we just wanted to let you know that there are more successes than what you see coming before you.
Appreciate you
during the
sharing that
evenings.
with us. Thank you.
This morning, we'd like to start off talking about the year-end financials, where we ended last fiscal year. And to do that, Interim Deputy City Manager Jennifer Moretti will walk us through those numbers.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Good to see you all this morning. We're going to go over where we ended our fiscal year 2021 year-end through June 30. We are still working on finalizing our audit for this year, so these, as this time, are unaudited numbers, but we're not expecting any changes to them. So what you're looking at here are the year-end balances in our unassigned fund balance for each of our major funds. I'm showing the comparison of fiscal year 2020 to where we ended fiscal year 2021 at. The major funds, the stormwater, recycling, trash, parking, and enterprise, these are our enterprise funds, the top four that are up there. We had seen reduced expenditures under our budget related mostly to high turnover and operating reductions due to the pandemic. Our golf fund had a large increase over the prior year as the golf course was able to remain open throughout the pandemic and had increased business as well as being an outdoor activity. For the general fund, our revenues were above budget estimates by $12 million. This was related to several FEMA reimbursements that we received in the amount of $5.3 million, most of this coming in at the end of the fiscal year. And we also had seen sales tax come in above budget by almost $6 million. In addition, we received $1.2 million over estimates for ABC revenue during the year.
A lot of drinking.
Yes, sir. For the expenditures in the general fund, we were $8.6 million under budget. Again, this is mostly related to high turnover and record vacancies, which you'll hear more about later today. With the pandemic, we also seen a change in training methods, going from traveling to a location, having to pay for hotel, meals, mileage, et cetera, to moving towards a virtual training. So this, we've seen a lot of savings in not having to pay for those additional expenses, so that also helped those expenses come in under. We also had delays with other expenses, just given the nature of the pandemic and materials delayed, et cetera. The unassigned fund balance percentage that you see represents the percentage of unassigned fund balance to our operating budget. The city's policy is to maintain a minimum of 15 to 20% of unassigned fund balance for all funds except for the general fund, which the policy is a minimum of 20 to 25%. However, as we often tell you, we aim to keep a minimum of 30%. The stormwater fund and the parking fund cover capital projects, so it is expected to have a higher fund balance percentage in these funds. And we just brought to you at the last council meeting an appropriation to fund refuse trucks in the recycling and trash department, so some of the fund balance went towards purchasing those as well. The golf fund now shows a strong fund balance, which just a few years ago, this was not the case. We were concerned that we were not going to meet our minimum fund balance in the golf fund, but that has rebounded and is in a healthy state now. One of the other things, when we changed our minimum fund balance for the general fund back in fiscal year 19, we also added that anything that comes in above 30%, we would come to council with a recommendation to move that amount over to our debt fund for future capital improvement plans. Since we put that in place, we've had a storm that we've had to respond to every year at the beginning of the fiscal year, which impacted our year-end fund balance. This year, the amount, as you see, 39%, is just over $11 million over where the 30% mark will be. And with the recent direction to look at purchasing the Harrelson building, we are recommending that we use these funds to purchase that building going forward.
Jennifer, real quick, the reimbursement from FEMA, from the Florence storm, are we almost 100% back? How much more do we have?
I have a slide that shows that, and I'll go
Sorry.
into all of that. We had the 3 storms, and we're still collecting on 2 of those. Okay. Here I wanted just to remind council that there are 5 categories of fund balance, and anything that is not restricted, committed, or assigned goes into our unassigned fund balance, and that is where we look at using for one-time needs. As you can see, the total fund balance increased $10 million for fiscal year '21, but our unassigned fund balance was only just over $3 million. Reasons for that I want to kind of just highlight for you because they were based on some decisions that council made when we went into our fiscal year '22 budget adoption. So included in the committed category, there is $3.5 million that council set aside for affordable housing. Since we did not have a specific purpose at that time, we are reserving that in the fund balance. So at the time we have a specific project or use for that, those funds will then be transferred to that use. But in the meantime, they will be reserved in the fund balance level. Also for the assigned, council allocated $8.8 million for one-time capital needs for the fiscal year '22 budget. This includes $3.5 million that we put towards the streets rehab project, as well as $3.5 million for the rail realignment project. So those were included in those based on decisions council made with the budget. Not highlighted, but also important to know is under our restricted fund balance category, that dropped $2.9 million. When we have a hurricane and we submit a claim to FEMA, they accept that claim and they obligate those funds. Once they are obligated, we record that as revenue, but it's restricted in fund balance until we actually receive that payment. So we are still waiting for $2.5 million of that restricted money to be received after they have obligated and approved those claims.
Can I ask you a question? Quick question. With that $2.5 million that we're waiting on, it's already been spent, correct?
For that one, yes. We're still waiting on some projects, and you'll see in the later slide the balance that we're still waiting on for claims to be made and repairs to be made and revenue to be received. Okay. But 2.5 are expenses that we have made. We're just waiting. As you know, explained before, we go through a very long process. We have the federal level that does their approval. They provide 75% of reimbursements, and we are fortunate that North Carolina does pick up the other 25%, but it is a very long process. They do not pay out their portion of it until the repairs are made, it's inspected, and everything is approved. So it does take a while. That's why this happened in September of '18, and we probably will have another couple years before we receive the final reimbursements on everything.
Thank you.
Wanted to show you all here.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to follow you on that total fund balance category comparison page, I guess.
Yes, sir.
That one. Where was you mentioned we had the affordable housing piece.
Yeah, under committed category.
The 1.3?
Yeah, where we have $4.9 million for 2021.
Right.
Of that, 3.5 is for the affordable housing.
Okay. Thank you.
And here I just wanted to show you the unassigned fund balance percentage in the general fund for the past 11 years. We normally maintain a very healthy fund balance. Here you can see for fiscal year 19, that is when we had to respond to Hurricane Florence, so you see that drop almost down to 20%. Having this healthy fund balance level is one of the things that the bond rating agencies look at, and so this was also important to get the AAA bond rating that we've earned and we benefit from.
Just make a quick comment. We were talking about when we were waiting, when the money from FEMA is placed in unrestricted status.
Yes, sir.
But before the state reimburses us, we have to, everything that money is to cover has to be completed and approved.
Yes, sir. They do their inspections and they go through and audit everything.
Understand, but that just makes the argument even stronger for a healthy, robust, undesignated fund balance.
Yes, sir. As you all are well aware, Hurricane Florence came in September of 18. That cost us $33 million. We had Hurricane Dorian the following year, Hurricane Isaias the following year. So, yeah, it is important to have a healthy fund balance that helps us respond to these storms and the needs to the public.
Thank you, ma'am.
Another area of funding that we have is called our capital balances. And you can see here we have the different funds represented. Excuse me. For our capital balances, these are balances that in our projects that are unrestricted funds, and when we close out a project and have unrestricted funding left over, we move them to these cap balances accounts to be used for future projects that may come over or something that comes up unexpectedly, and these are allocated out by the different fund types. So we come to you often to appropriate funding from cap balances for streets or recreation or buildings. We do look at current projects first to see if there's any that can be closed out and funding moved. Then we come to cap balances to see if there's any funding available there before we come to council and ask to use any unassigned fund balance appropriation.
So these funds, they're not in unassigned? It's not in the
No, these are sitting in a capital project fund, but they do have to come to council to be appropriated for use.
Yeah, so there's no project for them yet, but you're anticipating there will be.
These are leftover funds from
Yes.
projects. These are unrestricted. So if we had transferred funds from the general fund over into a street project and that there was funding left over, that those funds would come back to the cap balance project to be used for future street projects.
I just want to be clear, in the column on the right, those are funds that are left over from projects in those various categories.
Yes, sir.
And further down, the general funds, capital balance plus interest. Go over that one with me. I'm seeing streets, $24 million.
That's $23,000.
Or 23,000, okay.
Yes.
Enough said.
Okay.
I was going to
Sorry.
start paving all the roads again.
My fault. I don't show change in anything in this slide. I do.
Those periods look small, don't they, Charlie?
Back in March when we met, we had a great concern of the impact from the pandemic to our convention center fund. At that time, we were seeing very low room occupancy tax revenue. We had to close the convention center to events. We weren't seeing event revenue coming in. And we were anticipating having to use $3.5 million of the fund balance in the convention center fund, where in prior years we had been adding to our fund balance to build that up to help cover the debt and future capital needs. So at that time, we thought we were going to have to use $3.5 million of fund balance just to get through the year as a result of the pandemic. Thankfully, we have not realized that loss. We did see room occupancy tax start to pick back up. The convention center was able to hold a couple events. And the biggest change is the capital repairs that we had estimated that we were going to do in fiscal year 21 did not occur. They are happening in the current fiscal year. So as we ended fiscal year 21, we actually only had to use $600,000 of the fund balance. Again, we had been putting in a couple $1 million adding to that, so we do still have a significant loss than what we had been seeing. But with our revenue loss recapture from the ARPA funds, we calculated that citywide, the first calculation period, we had seen about $10 million of revenue loss with the pandemic. So we're able to use those funds to pay for expenses going forward that we normally could use for general funds. And the convention center is one of the areas that we could use general funds for, although we committed not to. But we can use these ARPA funds to help pay for some of those expenses and help recapture some of that loss. So we did use $528,000 of ARPA funds to pay for expenses in the convention center fund to decrease that impact of the use of fund balance in there. And we're continuing to look at that and use it for operational expenses to kind of build that back up, because we do have debt on the convention center, and the way the model was, that debt was in later years. And so we do want to make sure that we maintain a healthy fund balance in the convention center and that it continues to be self-sustainable and that we don't ever have to look to the general fund to help fund that. So a good news story here. We do have, I'll show you on the next slide, this is our room occupancy tax. The dark blue is fiscal year 2020, and the light blue is fiscal year 2021. So you can see this really started impacting in March of 2020, and then you can see where the room occupancy tax was so much lower, and then it starts to rebound and come back up. With the amphitheater opening July 4th, I can tell you that July we had record room occupancy tax revenue coming in, so that is great. And with everything opening back up, the convention center is able to hold events again and everything. So, you know, the amphitheater bringing people back downtown, it's really helped out our convention center fund.
Jennifer, on the room occupancy tax, is that just for the downtown?
This is Wilmington, all of Wilmington.
All of Wilmington?
Yeah.
But when you look at the convention center district, which is the area downtown, from 4th to Bridge, do you have a breakout of that?
I don't. We haven't been able to get a breakout just for the downtown area versus Wilmington. We've been working with the county on that. It goes back to the hotels that submit their revenue. If they don't indicate that it's for a certain location, they have to go in and do more work. So we've been working with them on getting that. I will tell you, during the pandemic, though, Wilmington had the lowest room occupancy tax, where the rest of New Hanover County had record room occupancy tax. Wilmington had, we had the lowest.
So they don't break down the downtown district where we get 100% of the 6%? I mean, that was the whole reason that we went and carved out that district, to get the 100%. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see how much that specific district is contributing to the convention center, because that's what it was created
Okay.
for.
Yeah. The 3% and the 6%.
Yeah, because we're at the full 6% on the downtown district.
Yeah, that we have, but what I thought I understood, and what I understand from talking with the county, is that some of that is including in the hotels in Wilmington as well as the downtown, that there's not a line in the sand because of the way it's submitted. So, but I'll get some more information from them. We had worked on this about a year ago or 2 years ago, trying to get that.
5 hotels downtown, so it's not a huge.
Yes, sir. I'll get that detail from them and see if they can break that down.
I guess the bigger issue would be the VRBOs and the bed and breakfasts and stuff of that nature. Yeah, I can understand.
Yeah, and maybe
with the
that's what they're
hotels.
referring to.
Yeah, that's pretty significant, because that's where we get all the money for the convention centers, from that 6%.
And they just, we don't know? I mean, it sounds like we're not getting it.
Well, no, we're getting it. It's just there's not a fine line as to the breakout. And it could be because of the VRBOs that, you know, working with them on it. But I'll get that detail and get it out to you.
Quarterly, monthly, how's that?
We get it monthly, but we get it like 2 months behind. So when they get the revenue for July in August, we get it in September. So
is there any way to audit that?
Yeah, we could go in and audit it. They do. Their auditors look at it as well.
Who's there?
The New Hanover County is the one that collects it.
That's what I'm worried about. I want us to audit it. All right.
When they do their external audit, I mean, that's where the rubber meets the road. I mean, they can't play a shell game with us, because, and I don't think they would, but when they have their audit like we do,
Yeah, their tourism authority has an audit as well, external financial audit as well. Okay. Looking at the financial impact from the emergency events that we have, you can see we have them listed here. Again, Hurricane Florence, $33.2 million in costs. We have received reimbursements of $24.5 million. We are still waiting on just under $8.7 million. This includes our storm drainage projects as well as convention center project, and then some other building projects that we're still working on, as well as waiting on receiving funding for. And then Hurricane Dorian, we have received 100% of the eligible costs for that. And Hurricane Isaias, we are waiting for $50,000, and that again is a state closeout for that one. The CARES Act, we received $1.9 million that came to us from New Hanover County on expenses when the pandemic first started out, and then the ARPA funding that we've been updating council on. The city was allocated $26 million. We received the first half of that in June of 2021, and we expect to receive the other half in June of 2022. So with that, if you have any other questions, one last thing. Impacts that we've seen from the pandemic, sales tax, of course, came in higher than we expected. Relating this to somewhat of the online sales, we do get sales tax from that now, as well as the stimulus funds that were out in the community. Room occupancy tax we talked about, and then investment interests have just bottomed out, so we are getting very little to no revenue from investment interest. Other fees, we had recreation activity fees, having to close down some of our recreation activities, and then the opposite, the golf fund had received increased fees. And then we did have a period of low parking fees that has rebounded as well. So.
Mr. Grady?
And then with that, any questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, on that, the financial impact summary with the to-be reimbursed amounts, so those are not included in the unassigned fund balance yet?
These are not in the unassigned fund balance, correct.
So
with the to-be reimbursed at 8.6,
yeah.
That 2.5 of that is in the restricted.
Okay. So we've got another almost $13 million coming from ARPA funding?
Yes, sir, in June of 2021.
So we've already done sort of one round. We went to nonprofits and distributed quite a bit of money. Will
Yeah.
there be another round like that? after this
Our
comes in?
plan includes the full $26 million.
The plan
The
includes?
plan includes,
Okay.
the recommended plan includes the full $26 million.
So does that mean the numbers they were told, they're only going to get half this year and half next year when the rest comes in?
I can't hear you.
So we just told the nonprofits what they were going to receive. Is that they're only going to get half of that now, and they have to wait till next year for the other half?
No, they'll get the full funding, yes. We've received the allocation of the 26, so we are working through the plan, and some of that, if you recall, was a large portion of that was for our revenue loss calculation and projects that the city is doing. So the funding, the $13 million, would cover the nonprofit programs, and so they will receive those fundings upon award.
Okay, so the $13 million we're waiting for is going to come to the city for
Yes.
us to apply?
It'll come to us in programs that will be implementing later on during the year, towards the end of the fiscal year when those funds come in.
And those programs are already targeted, right?
We are working with those programs to work through the ins and outs of them. Again, we're still waiting on final guidance to come out with the U.S. Treasury. So the programs that we are confident and comfortable with, we are pushing those forward with the first payment of funds. And those other ones, we will continue to work through and talk with them and get the information that we need and push those out later on in the year when we get closer to the funding.
Mr. Anderson?
Clarify that line of questioning a little bit. So this Tuesday night, we approved various amounts to go to various agencies, and here and that is that coming out of that first tranche, that first 12 million, or the 24 million? 26, whatever it is.
It'll come out of, the payments that we are making, actually paying out the door, will come out of the first 13 million. And then as we get through some of these programs, they're on a reimbursement basis. And so as we get those in, we'll be paying those out. We were allocated the 26 million, so that is part of the plan, and we are programming that plan out. So these programs that we are moving forward with, we do have the funding to cover those programs and pay those out.
I'd assume that. My question is, are we going to be doing a similar exercise next year with the 12 million that comes in July, or are we done with ARPA?
No, the plan that we bring forward includes the 26 million. There will not be another program. We will continue to work with the funds that we have to program them and use those as changes are made throughout the program. We've got until 2024 to obligate these funds and 2026 to actually spend them.
Mr. Anderson, let me
Still not there.
Let me try, Mr. Anderson. The 13 million that's been allocated this year will go primarily to the nonprofit agencies. The 13 million that will come in next year will be primarily for reimbursement to the city of their costs,
Who's there?
of our costs, excuse me.
And those costs.
Our cost? So
We
That didn't help,
obviously,
thanks.
we obviously need to bring that plan back to you and let you look at it one more time.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
Right, that's what I'm saying, it's already spent.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We just went ahead and awarded the money outside of the organization with the first payment.
Again, so we've spent, I mean, for the whole bunch, let's don't use a number, because then you'll say, well, this is kind of, we've spent it all.
We have it allocated.
I'm sorry, we've allocated it all up here in terms of where we're going to do with it.
Yes, sir.
But we've only received half of it.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to spend that half, and then we're going to spend the other half, assuming, waiting on the funds that come in July.
Yes, sir.
And that will pay us back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Got one question. With the unassigned fund balance, to keep a AAA rating, do we have to stay at 30% or?
No, sir. What the bond rating agencies look at is any fluctuation. So if we were to significantly drop that, then they would be concerned and they look at a 5-year average and where we were within that 5 years. And so they look at several different indices to see where we're at and what we've used it, what did we use it for. If we start using unassigned fund balance for operating costs, that's going to be a concern not only to the bond rating agencies, but to our bondholders as well as the local government commission. That's why we emphasize one-time uses for the unassigned fund balance, because once you start using them for your operating costs, that's an ongoing cost that they feel like you're going to drain your balances on those costs. But 30% is just something we're comfortable with based on our sales tax revenue, one of our largest revenue sources. We are on a 3.5-month lag of receiving that. So funding, sales tax that is paid in July, we don't receive until 3.5 months later. So this 30% fund balance helps pay for our expenses as we start getting our revenues in. Our other major revenue source is ad valorem taxes. Real property is, not due really until January, so we start seeing that come in, October through January. So we do have, a period where we're relying on our fund balance to pay for operations as we get these revenues coming in through the year. And then just giving our location and the experience we have with the storms, et cetera, it's good to have that healthy fund balance.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. You guys do a good job.
Real quick, can we go back real quick to the investment stuff? You said it bottomed out. I just want to know from my perspective, when you got $40-some million in assigned or unassigned balance and you want to generate some revenue off of that $40-some million, what are we getting? And where are we putting it and where can we put it? Can we get a little bit more aggressive with that? Maybe try to get about 5% on our money, 3% on our money, 2% on our money? I mean, tell me.
With the North Carolina general statutes are specific as to what we can invest in. So mostly we have T-bills, high-rated agencies, high-rated, top-rated commercial paper. We have the North Carolina Capital Management Trust, which is a very diverse fund, which very liquid. Right now, they're only paying 1 basis point in interest. We have money market accounts with some of the banks, but we are very limited and restricted in what we can invest in. It has to be a very safe investment with public funds. So we are not receiving hardly anything at all. And I can send you out a report just showing from the difference between interest revenue last year compared to this year, and it was a huge cut.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to add just a couple of quick things. First of all, we do have the ARPA money. We do have a plan under which we have proposed that we will spend those funds, and we keep bringing those to you on a regular basis. One of the things that you've got to remember is that the money is designed to reimburse us for COVID-related expenses. The convention center, for example, in August had a very rosy future and had a number, for example, of marine balls that were scheduled to be there. All of those marine balls canceled in the wake of the Delta variant. And so while we see things improving in the economy, there are pockets where there are things that are not improving. And we will see this up and down until we're past whatever point we're supposed to be past at in a pandemic before we start seeing reinvestment. So that's the first thing with regard to the COVID funds. The second is that we are now beginning to see and hear from folks who want odd expenditures. So you will be getting some of those coming forward for you. For example, we had the Salvation Army who asked for, I think it was 1.3 million, and we're doing an analysis on what that road improvement will actually cost. So there will be some fluctuation in your plan, but you do have a plan to work from, and understand that we may have to adopt different measures as we go forward, depending on the results of COVID.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, Mr. Mayor, we've got Laura Mortell, our Budget and Research Director. Laura is going to talk to us this morning about strategies we're going to use for the development of the upcoming budget, and she's also going to talk to you about a strategy highlight, which is our service prioritization program. Laura?
Thank you. Good morning. It's nice to see everyone's faces without the masks. I'm going to introduce the FY23 budget development, as well as discuss a little bit about our current budget and the status of that. I want to remind Council that this is a work session, and so when we go through the budget development strategies and priorities, if you feel that we need to pivot or you feel we've missed something, we would like your feedback, and it's welcomed. So as we move forward in this process, okay, so there's a delay. Sorry. Today, the objectives will be to review that quarterly report. As we move to a new financial system, we have new data that's available, and we had to pivot with the type of report that we did. We're going to look at FY23 benchmarks, as well as what our strategies and our priorities are going to be going forward, as we feel they should be now. So let's start with the budget status for today. I am going to quickly go over, and Jennifer had touched upon them, but I'm going to quickly go over some of our largest revenue sources to remind you how they are distributed. Property tax is one of the largest revenue sources that we have. It makes up 34% of our total budget and 52% of the general fund alone. The tax rate currently is 38.08 cents per 100 assessed value. FY22 revenues do reflect a reappraisal by the county, and the reappraisal averaged an increase of 35% countywide. Most of this revenue, as Jennifer has stated, does not come in until December or January. Second is our sales tax. Sales tax is the second highest revenue source and the most difficult to predict. It is certainly, but the nature of sales tax is directly related to consumer confidence. Sales tax makes up about 25% of our general fund. New Hanover County distributes sales tax by the ad valorem levies, the percent of each jurisdiction and what they make, compared to the population option, which is also an option, but they chose the percent of the ad valorem. Yes. Wait, no, I don't think that's an option. Where it's generated, yeah, is not. It's population or percent of ad valorem. So, New Hanover County, So any changes in the revenue and the ad valorem percentages, so if we increase our revenue, if New Hanover County, every year it will impact future years. So for example, FY22, the last 2 years, or last 2 months of this fiscal year will be impacted by the increases that happened last year. And then for FY23, 10 months will be impacted by last year's increases. So what we are seeing is that currently we get around 26.4% of the distribution of sales tax that comes to the county. We're estimating that the last 2 months of this year and the most of next year, we're going to get only 25.5%. And that's because New Hanover County raised their taxes by 5 cents last year. And it's shifted. They're going to get about 68%. It calculates to around 800,000.
Or, so that's, just to put that into, wad that all up, the first part you said where you can choose ad valorem or you can choose population.
Correct.
And it's been 10 years since I looked into this, but like 60 counties do it by population and about half and half.
It is really split half and half.
But so if it was population, we'd be getting close to 50, right?
Yes.
So public needs to hear. I don't know if they'll get it, but hear that. So we're getting half of what we got if it was selected the other way. If the county chose the other way, but the reason they get more this way because they have all the beach homes and beach communities and those are a lot of high-end properties. Is that fair to say?
Beach communities would also get their own too, though, if they have
I get
ad
that,
valorem.
but that shifts the ad valorem in the favor. They get more funds that way.
Yes.
I got to jump in. Well, that's true, but when we annexed 95 and 98 annexations, it didn't have anything to do at all with the ad valorem value of the properties in New Hanover County. They benefited the same as they would have had we not annexed. But what it did, it enabled the city to be able to gain more because of the ad valorem value of the properties inside the city limits of Wilmington. So that argument right there it's not exactly accurate. The population, we've been screaming for that forever. Unfortunately, the counties in North Carolina get to pick the method that they want to use, and they're never going to change that. Why would they? And we get hosed every year. It should be by population, because I would think the great majority of it is generated within the corporate limit. Not the great majority, but a larger majority or a larger amount is generated within the corporate limits. Doesn't have any effect at all on what they get, except through sales tax redistribution if they'd go with the population method. That ain't ever going to happen.
So the next revenue is intergovernmental. It is really what the term suggests. It's revenues coming from other government agencies. The majority that we budget for are the North Carolina franchise taxes. So the city is a benefactor of the electricity, piped natural gas, telecommunications, and video programming. Those are provided, they distribute those to local governments on a quarterly basis. So we get the first one December 15th, around there. And so we don't know what our trends are yet for this year. And then this makes up about 5 or 12% of the general fund. And this is also the category, when I show you a graph, it spikes a lot, and that is when FEMA reimburses us. This is the category that it would go into. And it's just not best practices to budget for FEMA money because we don't know when it's going to come in at all.
Let me, while I'm throwing somebody under the bus, let me go back to the sales tax. In years gone by, we used to get a report showing the exact distributions once it left Raleigh, how much they got in, who it went back out to. For the last, at least the last 4 or 5 years, we don't get that anymore.
I may have to ask for clarification, but do you mean just how much came in the distribution period, or where that money came from and what it's for?
I'm talking about when all the sales tax, when every business on the 15th of every month sends his check, where it's generated within the corporate limits or in the unincorporated, goes to Raleigh, and then when they send the sales tax distribution back, it goes to the county. We used to get some kind of a report, and I'm glossing over it here, but we'd get a report as to how much went up, where it was generated, how much was coming back. We don't get that anymore. We're at the mercy of whoever is in charge.
Well, they didn't
That
want
was
us to
before,
have it.
that may have been before your time, Laura, but we used to get that.
I've heard that because I've actually called the state revenue department to see if we could get some of that, and they no longer collect that data.
Yeah, they don't want us to have it anymore because, as I remember, and I stand to be corrected, but within the city limits, we generated about 80% of the sales tax. It goes to Raleigh and comes back, and the county only gives us 20% of it, and they keep 80%, which is generated anyway. So that doesn't seem quite fair, but that's probably why we don't see that report anymore.
But at least we knew how bad we were. I hate to keep saying we're getting hosed, but at least we knew. We don't have any idea now.
Well, and I called them because I tried to get the data that was for those third-party businesses online, see how much that was generating and coming to us when it started kicking in, and they don't have that data either.
I'm not trying to pick at a scab. I promise I'm not. I want to have a great relationship with those folks, but the tax-paying citizens of Wilmington, North Carolina, they need to understand those things. They need to understand it in black and white, how that happens. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the quarterly report, we have a new format. As the city moves to the new financial system, we are still learning what data we can pull out. We're still learning what we can actually create code for to pull out. So what you have in front of you is what I know I can pull out at this moment in time, and it is different than the previous system, and I think it gives us a little more information, or can give us a little more information. So what we have are 3 years of actuals, so we can compare by quarter how much we're spending. We have the current budget, so we can compare that to what has been spent from the revised budget, and then we have created some comparisons so we can identify any of those anomalies that we see where the percentages are really high and dig in to see if there may be a coding issue, or it was a PO rollover that we didn't know we had, but we can dig into it and figure out what it is. And so I'll show you an example of this. There's a lot of data on here, so I apologize, but to walk you through the report, this is the general fund expenditures. That red box indicates the actuals that have been spent within the first quarter for each of those years. The next, which is the purple box, is the revised budget. And then now we're able to create calculations to see that FY22, X percent has been spent from the current budget, X percent higher or lower from the previous ones, and then higher or lower from even FY 2 years prior. And so we find anomalies, and so we're able to discuss them if they're pertinent. We're able to dig into the data. F, you can see that it's outlay. It's a little different this year. We have a lot of purchases that we rolled over the budget for because of the pandemic. We're just not getting some of our equipment. And this particular one, number F, is 2 of those POs that we didn't get in the year of FY21. We rolled it over and they came, and so we paid, it was a tree spade and I think some security component for the police department. Non-departmental is higher this year for two reasons. One, we just have more commitments. We are renting more space downtown. We're doing a DEI assessment, which is going to give us a strategic plan for that. And then within there, it's just a timing issue, which is the second one. Some of our agencies got their money within the first quarter based on last year they got it in the second quarter. So it will rectify as we move forward. Are there any questions with this? So I will go over the overall summary of what we find. The first quarter doesn't really tell us a lot. As we said, the revenues don't come in until January, December. We're using fund balance to help us get through. We are seeing that the one, I guess, good point is we did get sales tax, our first sales tax, which was October 15th for July. And that was up 20% over last year's July. So last year's July was 2.9 million. This year was 3.5. I'm still always astonished how high it is. And as a second outside the quarterly report, we did November 15th this week. We got another one for our August sales. That is also 34% over the prior year, and it came in at 3.2 million. So the expenditures, for the most part, we are seeing what we expect. There is one category that I'll go into briefly that is a little different, but we had restrictions, as Jennifer also alluded to, in FY21, so we delayed purchases of outlay. We didn't have training and business travel, and there were just some things that we just paused. So in the first quarter, we're just seeing, we don't have restrictions this year, so we're seeing some purchases of vehicles and equipment, and some training is occurring mainly online, so some of that money is being spent now. But the one that is a little bit of concern is our personnel lines are less than 25% spent. If you take away the bonus that we gave in the beginning of the year, we're trending around 19 to 20%. And that's not because we over budgeted. It's because we have vacancies and the workforce environment is being difficult to recruit. And so that system-wide, it's showing it in the data, so I wanted to point that out because you'll see that most of the departments and most of the funds are a little behind the time right now, and it is because of the environment, the workforce environment. So if there's no questions about the quarterly report, the full report is in your packet as materials. It's a great read, so I was just looking at it. The next part we will go into is the budget development, and this is where we're going to try and provide you with some information that we know and some strategies that we think we need to move forward with. The first is a timeline on just the benchmarks. Just as a reminder, we always kick off the budget development with council sometime in November, early December, so we can kick off our process with our departments. We generally have two big work sessions with council as we move through the budget. One is sometime in January towards the end, and then we have one at the end of March or April, and that's the one where we have the resource asks versus what we believe we'll have with revenue. So we have that gap to tell you about. And then we go into our recommended budget in May. Public hearing is shortly after, and we have one final work session at the pleasure of council before adoption in June. The economy changes every day, so this is already outdated. As we go into this budget year, what is not outdated is the pandemic fatigue, and it's being used, the term is being used for many things. The new normal and the waiting for the new normal is getting old for a lot of people. There's just polarizing concepts out there about what do we do next with the mask and the mandates for vaccinations, and is there going to be a fourth wave, which is already technically hitting Europe and Minnesota and Michigan? And so there's just people tired of what's happening. And so that's making our consumers' confidence fragile. They're still spending, obviously, but it could change very quickly depending on what happens. The U.S. inflation is growing at an outstanding pace. Right now, this slide says 5.4. That was September's. This week, they released October's. It's jumped to 6.2. So it jumped a percentage point in 1 month. It's the highest since November of 1990. For a measure of growth in the year, we started out the year in January at 1.4%, and now we're at 6.2. This next concept is a little bit debatable depending on which economic or which newspaper you're going to think about. They believe that the inflation is transitory, so it's occurring because of the shortage of workers and the supply chain disruption. Fuel is higher, and they just feel like when these things are rectified, the inflation will be rectified. And we're seeing that at least now with the federal government not increasing their interest rate yet. They're keeping it close to zero, and it's at a 0.25%. So once they start changing that, we got to start looking at the economy a little more too. So when we go into the development, we feel that we're going to have budget pressures. Clearly, the pandemic and the economy is one of them. It has disrupted any real financial trends. So predicting what we're going to get, we're going to have to use real time now, but there are some disruptions in the system. We have the federal government giving one-time stimulus. The CARES Act came out in March of 20. The ARPA came out in March of 21. We have a $1 trillion new bill that's going to be spread throughout the county, plus all of the checks that we got from the government. So we have one-time funding that's going to be put into the economy at a slower pace, and we don't know where or how. In theory, it should increase some of the jobs out there and improve the economy, but it's still going to be one time. So some of this growth that we're seeing might slow to not the record pace that we see recently or right now. We have the supply chain shortages. That is a pressure. Our costs are going up, where it's taking longer to get fleet. There's a backlog of people who want things that we want, and so it might take a couple years to get some of the things we want now. I think that's what we're seeing with the solid waste vehicles. We can get the ones now because they have them, but the next group, we have to wait a year because of the waiting list. So it's impacting us. Because of that, costs are increasing. As you saw, the inflation rate went from 1.4 in January to 6.2. The workforce environment is changing. This is where I might steal the thunder of some of HR's presentation, but the workforce environment is difficult and increasing. Some are calling it the Great Resignation. In August, there was a guy, a professor at Texas A&M, that he coined that, and it's stuck. 4 million Americans resigned from their jobs in August alone. This goes back to that pandemic fatigue concept. People are reevaluating their lives. Women fell out of the workforce twice as much as men, and it wasn't necessarily that they didn't get back in, but they went to jobs that are more flexible and had what they're coining the care programs. And that's not just if you have a baby, you can go out and spend time with the baby and bond. It's care programs that focus on the family unit. And so they're either finding jobs that are more flexible for their schedules, or they're finding packages at employments that kind of focus around that. So the last thing I'll say on the workforce is the autonomy is being challenged. During the pandemic, many of us worked from home, and now that the restrictions have been lifted, we're pulling some people back, and that autonomy and that flexibility is like, hey, wait. So they're reprioritizing what they want to do. And so all of that we're seeing happening, and it's having a hard time, and it's having a big impact on our turnover and our recruitment. So what's not new is this happens in an economic cycle. We see labor shortages, we see increases in wages needed, we see all that. But I think what's different now is the gravity and the quickness that it's happening. So we're going to have to look into how we're going to be able to keep our people and recruit them. So the budgetary pressures, I feel like I skipped a slide. No. So as we develop the budget, we're going to, there it is. The second pressure, outside of the economy and the pandemic, but very much related to it, is the pressures that we have with the wants and the needs of the community. We may have to, going in here, think about and consider reprioritizing some of our services to meet the new needs. The community has grown to expect a level of service. Our core services will be evaluated to ensure that they still meet the community's needs. And then we might be looking at those to help share resources or shift resources for other needs that are coming up. The city has focused on some recent additions. We have the Northern Waterfront Park behind us, and 1 year, are there going to be anything that we need to do there? We have DEI initiative that's going to come to the city with a strategic plan. These areas need services. We have new developments that are coming online. We have the agencies. We all know that the agencies have been hit and the community has been hit by the pandemic, and they're going to be coming to us maybe at a record level asking for revenue, revenue for them, and we only have a limited amount. So we need to decide where best to put our funding as we move forward. Capital projects, they're getting hit by inflation as well. You know, they're having a hard time getting material, the labor shortage. We're trying to push for a 3-year completion date that may take resources. And then we have the infrastructure and preservation that we have, and we've done a fantastic job over the last couple years, especially with the CIP, acknowledging that we have assets and we need to continue maintaining them for the community and for the health of the asset. And Hurricane Florence really showed us that we hadn't been paying as much attention to that, and we've been putting it elsewhere in other areas that are of need. But I hope that as we go, we keep the momentum for that, because in the long run, it may save us some money.
Well, that's a good subject to stop me on. With our CIP, we have, I don't know that we were not paying attention. Our stormwater division is a very good one, and they're very comprehensive in the way they approach problems. But I think it just reared its head and showed that there are other things that we can do. One of the things that I'm sure Clifford can attest to this, and young Mr. Waddell, out there this past election cycle, we had some candidates that were railing on about things that really didn't register with the voters. But the one common thread that I heard, and I went to every one of the precincts. I went to all 3 of the early voting places, as did Cliff and Luke. And the one common thread that I heard from everybody, no matter where they came from, no matter what their standing, their economic standing, was the condition of our roads and sidewalks. And every year, I knew when Kevin came up with the idea of the nickel to go toward that, it was good. It set the table. But there are so many initiatives that this council over the years have come up with, and we've thought about them, implemented them, and put them into practice in record time. And year after year, just like affordable housing, we talk about it and we throw money at it, but our roads, just today, coming down to this meeting, on Chestnut Street from about 15th all the way to about 9th, it's horrible. It's horrible. And that's a one-way street coming into our downtown district. And that's just one of many. I have legal pads full of intersections and bad spots. They don't get done. And I want to see this budget year really start talking about the things, not just in the CBD, but all over our corporate limits. We've got massive problems that we don't have to go out and pave an entire road, but we could do 100-foot sections, and I don't want to hear about lane miles anymore. I want to hear about the total street. But those are things that I'm going to be pushing for through this budget session and all the way through, and I'm gonna worry the hell out of people, because if we've got people out here that can't get the job done, we'll find somebody that can get it done. So that's, before we ever get to the end of the meeting where we go around the room and tell what it's like, that's mine, okay?
That's fair, and we will make note of that. So our priorities going into this budget will be to remain competitive in the workforce. This is really the biggest challenge we have out there. We need to continue to incorporate our RISE initiative. We have assessment going right now, and that should give us a strategic plan. That assessment was budgeted at $160,000, and we should really continue to implement some of those things to break down the barriers for our marginalized populations. We're committed to addressing concerns surrounding the violence in the community. We want to partner with our key community agencies to target those needs that we have out there that we may not have services for. And we want to continue those affordable housing discussions with the partners that we have. So the city, and I've said this last year, the city continues to receive requests that far outnumber or outpace our incremental annual growth in revenues. The funding needs for both non-discretionary and our core services continue to take up a considerable amount of that growth. With inflation, we will expect that some of our our core services will have some increases that are needed to continue that same level. As staff begins to develop the budget, we will keep these strategies in mind. We want to, given the environment and the current needs, we need to look at being cautious about increasing our service delivery. We need to prioritize our budget requests based on those key strategies that we know exist in the community. We want to, as always, be strategic in our use of fund balance for one-time items, expand the Rise Together initiative to bridge those barriers, those known barriers that we have with marginalized populations. We want to be aggressive in our projections, and what that means, it makes me a little nervous, I'm not going to lie, is putting the pencil to paper, really looking at the salary credits and the money that falls back into fund balance. We do have a current salary credit around, I think it's around $700,000. We're going to do analysis and be a little more aggressive with that by putting those into the functions and getting us some resources that we can use during the year instead of falling back into fund balance. So we're going to try and do that. And then we're going to be modest with our revenues. We typically are pretty conservative. As Jennifer said, we had $6 million over the sales tax budget. That has just been the revenue I cannot figure out, and Tony laughs at me, city manager, because it just drives me crazy. I'm an analyst. There has to be a trend in there somewhere, and there's just not. So we're going to be a little more modest. We're going to go based on the trends that we see now, which could slow down, which may not. So we're just going to go with what we have for the last 3 years. So I just mentioned how the requests come to us, and we just don't necessarily have the incremental growth to cover the revenues. And so I want to go over this slide, and I know there's a lot, so I'm going to kind of work from top to bottom. You have seen this in the past. So the blue columns are the city's assessable tax value. They do not have numbers on it. It just got to be too much. But you can see that as the years are going, it's growing at a pretty consistent level. The yellow is the tax rate or tax levies, I'm sorry. The yellow is the tax levy that we have. And then the numbers at the very bottom is our tax rate. You can see that there's a steady increase in taxes, in levies. And if you remove the appraisal year, which is 13, 20, or 18 and 22, those are those reevaluation years. If you remove those and any intentional tax increases, the growth over time is really 2.3% every year. This is a very steady and consistent amount of money that we get. You really have to be intentional to receive any more money from this. So we would have to increase taxes to get any more revenue from this except for the natural growth that we see, which is about 2.3. Sales tax, the one I love the most, is this is where you might see some of where I don't understand is happening. And so pre-FY19, you can see that the trend is really 1 to 2% over the state's average. So we usually budgeted around 5% to 6%. The growth in between each year was around there. Some of it is a little bit misleading. If we have a hurricane in August, the rest of that year and maybe some into the next year, you're seeing some sales tax that is one-time related to that hurricane. And so you don't want to budget for that. You can't predict that. You can see that in FY19. So FY19, we just had a hurricane in August, and the numbers jumped 14.64%. The city spent $32 million to recover, and there are still people out there that are fixing their houses, and I'm one of them. So it's still going. So it's real, and we're still getting money from that. And then suddenly in FY20, the pandemic hit. Well, Hurricane Florence actually helped us and some of the other hurricanes because we got sales tax and recovery money in the beginning of FY20 that allowed us to get our budget. Because I think it was March through June, I think it was May, because June was a little positive. March through June were all negative months. So without the 2 months that were really high, coming potentially from Hurricane Florence, we wouldn't have made our budget there. And then we move into FY21, which I can only assume, and it's an assumption, is related to the continued stimulus that's coming into the economy. That was a 12% growth, and so we do know that we are getting more money in from the federal government, and so we could be spending more.
Laura, I know it was a big deal for a long time. Everything's cool now with everybody online ordering from Amazon and all that. Where it's generated the spending, that tax is coming back in a normal flow to the municipalities and the cities and states, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. So the budget strategies as we move forward. One of the highlights that we want to pull and kind of talk about, and I alluded to it, is that we have to be open to reallocating some of our resources potentially. We do have a changing workforce. That workforce is challenging our schedules for work, challenging the work locations. Wages are increasing, benefit packages have to be creative. So we're going to have to look at that. Capital project fundings continue to be needed. We need to put it on a 3-year schedule. That's going to require more resources. We have the changing demands of the community. We've identified bridging the barriers for our marginalized populations. We have office space challenges presently. The city is growing, and we have new developments that are coming online. We have parks that might have security issues. We have services that need to be increased for those developments. This challenge this year for the staffing plans may be a challenge. We have to balance that workforce challenge with our vacancies and our recruitment issues with the real demands of the community. And so that is going to be, we're going to have to try and get rid of the noise to see what we need to do. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think it's Mr.
Oh,
Spears.
I was like, where is it coming from?
Yeah, over here, look. You keep mentioning the workforce, right? And did you say that HR is gonna do a presentation?
Yeah, he's going to do a presentation, and it's going to focus on the local and what we're seeing locally and in the state. What I have been talking about is more regional and international.
Okay. I'm gonna save the tough questions for Mr. Ragley.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then, of course, with technology always changing and people getting interested in stealing data, we have cybersecurity issues that we have to continue to look for and protect our data. So how do we do this? How do we prioritize? How do we see where the resource allocations are going. Well, we use a tool, and Laura loves tools. We put things in there, we categorize things, we can snip it in any direction. But why do we do that? Well, the discussions have to start somewhere. And so we prioritize it, and we allow those activities to be discussed at a level that can be citywide. It can be discussed at the department level. They can see those activities and how much money they're getting and how many FTEs are associated with it, and where on this priority list does it fit. And so the discussions begin. Each activity, it's fair as it goes through. They all go through the same tool. It provides measurable results, and then it's just fluid. We can change it based on how Wilmington's changes. So what we ask and what the priorities are do not have to stay the same. And so what we have developed, we've used from a national tool that came out from the GFOA, and it was pushed also by Innovation, or Alliance Innovation. And it's a good tool, and we just used it. A lot of jurisdictions use it, but we made it Wilmington special. And so we made it to work for us. And so we've asked all of the departments to identify their activities. We put them into community categories, and how this works, it sometimes can be a little confusing. But you think of the city, a city our size, we expect to have certain foundational services, the police department, emergency services. As you move into the second category, which is the specialized, it's more of those support agencies for the essential, and then those areas where you have growth in the community. And this is where that fluid concept goes. As the city grows, these activities move through this pyramid based on the needs of the community. The distinct is more focused on smaller populations, but it gives the city character. Without it, you're probably not going to invite a lot of people here. So youth recreation facilities, things that are just more distinct to a smaller population. But as you move through, again, as we grow, all of these are fluid and just change through. Probably not within a year, but as the city grows. Then once they're in that category, we put them and ask them some questions based on some criteria. And so is this activity required by law? Is it required by city code, by ordinance, or is it just not required at all? It's just something that we do as a city. And so all of those have that kind of Likert scale, and they get a points based on how they answer that. And these are the areas that we can really make special and change based on the community's needs. And so all of these rank order those activities and help us get through the budget process by asking questions. It doesn't mean funding is going to be cut. It doesn't mean we go to the bottom all the time. It just happens that we're going to talk about it because it's giving us a picture of where things are. And it's a tool. So does anyone have any questions?
With the staffing of the parks, with the event that happened in the country with the Live Nations Park, are we thinking about something like that?
I know that Amy Beatty is discussing with Live Nation, but we don't know exactly what's occurring at this moment, but we are trying to figure out what we need to do, if anything at all, at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I was concerned when I saw that. Thanks.
Any else? I know that we were scheduled for a break, and the mayor stepped out, so I think we're going to do a 15-minute break, or when the mayor comes back.
Yeah, we were programmed for a break at 10 o'clock, and so we'll take a 15-minute break and come back at 10:23.
At this time, we'll take a 15-minute break.
I solve all the problems in the world, right?
since yeah, he definitely was. Oh, retired. Okay, we're all here. He'll come back. We are now back in session, and I will have to do a roll call again. Councilmember Rivenbark,
Here.
Mr. O'Grady,
Here.
Mr. Anderson, Mr. Barnett,
Here.
Mr. Spears,
Here.
and the Mayor Pro Tem, Margaret Haynes, is here, and the mayor is on an important phone call, and we'll be back shortly. So we will proceed. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. We have our esteemed HR Director / interim city manager, deputy city manager, Mr. Al Ragland, to overview perspectives on the market study that we're conducting for HR purposes, but also to talk to you about some of the issues we're having with regard to attracting and retaining talent. So, Mr. Ragland.
Thank you. Hope I live up to those expectations. We'll see. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and council members and council member-elect. Glad to have you with us this morning. What I'd like to do is talk a little bit about some things that you heard a little bit so far, but I'll go into a little bit more detail at what it means for us as a city and as a region. So while we all know that we're in a very competitive environment, economy seems to be strong in many places, and that's by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, what they're telling us. If you look at the national employment rate, it's just under 5%. North Carolina is about 4.2, and we're at about 3.9. And what I have to share with you about that, those numbers, you're like, well, gosh, that's awfully low. Well, you have to think about how many people are out looking for work, and so that can cause that number to look lower. If you look in pre-pandemic, the number would be about 5.9 or 6%. So just to give you kind of a context there. There's a lack of workers, period, but there is a strong need for skilled laborers, and that number continues to decrease as the number of our baby boomers start to retire, and the population starts to decline. As you heard, some people are leaving the market, and I'll talk a little bit about the Great Escape here, Great Resignation in a few minutes. And then with the supply chain issues, there are a lack of CDL drivers, and workers continue to demand better pay, benefits, and flexible work arrangements, more so than we did before. And I think if you look at generationally, many people came to work every day from 8 to 5 or whatever the hours were, and today, a lot of folks want to work from home, if they can. Some of our jobs, unfortunately, can't do that. Hard to be a police officer sitting at home. It's hard to be a firefighter sitting at home. It's hard to do some of these jobs at home. We do try to, where we can, offer flexible arrangements, but in some cases it's just very difficult to do. If I go back to the CDL drivers, there's a need right now of about 80,000 CDL drivers. Before the pandemic, that number was they were lacking about 60,000. So the number over the last year has grown by needing another 20,000 CDL drivers. We use CDL drivers primarily in public service organizations, some in fire, some in police, and some other areas, but not as much. So primarily the public service and public safety are the areas where we have the largest demand for CDL drivers. And the market locally is pretty tough. We're paying in the probably $20, $25 range. We lost 2 to the company's called Try Something locally, $35 an hour. So that's what we're competing against here on the local basis. So if I get into kind of our turnover, if you think back about 2017, and that's about when I came on board, we saw a turnover at about 13.5%, which was kind of the highest that had been, and we decided to do a compensation study. And it's a good thing that we did that because right after we mentioned we were doing it, the turnover in 2018 really dropped into a single digit. It was about 9.4, I believe, but the year averaged out at about 10.8. So we saw a significant increase in our turnover going down in the right direction. About 75% of our employees got an increase because of that. And again, that was still sort of lagging the market the year before, because you start a study this year that you might not implement until next year. Well, guess what? You're already lagging a year. So we've got to take a look at what that might look like. So what we come back with, we'll talk in more detail about that. This year, again, with the market, the pandemic and all that, we're up to now almost close to 16% turnover. From what I can look back, that's the highest our turnover has ever been in the city's history.
Al, do you have any feel for like how much that's impacted by like age-driven kind of retirements? Like, I mean, is that a big piece of that, or just a tiny piece?
If you hold that question, I've got a slide.
All right.
We'll give you just a few minutes. You're a good lead-in guy. So if we take a look at the breakdown of the last 5 years by departments, you can kind of see the line across gives you what I just showed you, the turnover citywide. And then you can sort of look at by department. Community services has had a fairly high turnover rate. Fire, kind of the same. It does show some ups and downs there. Police is the big one, as you can see, for the most part, almost every year, they're at that 10+% rate. Public services, you've got a lot of those entry-level jobs that they can go to work in the construction industry here, which is booming, for $1, $2 more an hour, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to do that. If you understand, we're built more on a long-term basis where we think about, pension and those kind of things. We got a lot of folks that are in that low end of the pay scale that are looking at, I got to eat today. So that's what they think about. So as we have a great economy going, it creates opportunity for people that in those types of positions.
PDC.
Planning, development, and transportation. Right. And there you see those are like the need for planners is tremendous. I mean, we have a hard time holding on to folks. It's just a hot market with all the everything that's going on that's great for the economy. Well, guess what? It's great for planners because that's what they're looking for. So if I take a look at some of the big areas, again, look at the trend here. If you think about parks and landscapes, this year, 33% turnover. If you look at stormwater, hitting to almost 27%, streets, almost 48%, and trash and recycling is in the 20+% range in the last couple of years consecutively. Then if I look at our public safety area, you'll notice in our sworn police area, we 5 years ago were about 11%. If you take a look at this past year, we're almost approaching 14% turnover. And if you notice in uniform fire, we're hovering in the double digits back in 2017, and we're back up to that number again this year.
Al, can I ask you a question about excuse me, I'm sorry, on the, particularly the public safety? The amount of turnover, I mean, it's 6.2 and 18 on the police department. That was very good. But and at the fire, it's been generally across somewhere around 10% plus. Is there a particular portion of that, those two services, like new people coming in? It's not so much the people that have been there 6, 8, 10 years. They're kind of settled in, got their package, got right. I mean, it's mostly the newer hires.
Right.
On police and fire.
Correct. So I'll give an example. Just Monday, we had not sworn yet, still in BLET, had been here probably a month, going to drive trucks.
Okay.
can make more money.
I understand. Everybody in this room understands that. So kind of like the secret to on those two particularly is figuring a way to keep them through that first 2, 3, 4 years where they can kind of get more embedded into what they're doing and decide to stay, because they're not particularly looking at their package, their benefits package. They're looking at what they're going to pay me every Friday.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
It's again, Charlie, I would say it's more generationally if you think about it. Again, those that have been here for, that are vested, you have a good chance of holding on to them, but those that don't have the investment yet, that 0 to 4 or 5 years, if an opportunity comes along that, to your point, if you pay me today, I'm gone. So that dedication is not there in the human workforce necessarily. I don't mean that in a negative way. It's very competitive for them, and they want flexibility. There's a lot of things that they want today, not 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now.
I just think, before when we did the compensation study, and it sounds like this is the same sort of thing that's happening, is that we're really running these sort of training schools that we get people on, they go through the process, we teach them what to do, and then they're at a level where they, are desirable, and they move on to somewhere that pays them more money after we made quite an investment.
Yes, and to speak to that a little bit in more detail, when we get them through BLET, before they get sworn, it's about 9 months before you can actually let them become a sworn officer. They can go out and do the work that you would want to do as a sworn officer, and almost the same in fire. And so a number of what we're seeing across the state, or a lot of the municipalities, they don't do the training. They just, I'm going to take your person, pay them this much money, and I didn't have to go through all that training process, where there are some that try to train up people. And I still think that's the right thing to do, and I think Chief Williams and Chief Mason would tell you the same thing. It is an investment, but it has a cost associated with it as well. But in today's market, it is driven that back in early 2000, when I was in the private sector, we used to call it a war on talent, and that's basically what we're seeing now is that if I can go take somebody from you, that's what I'm going to do. And that's just the way the market is right now. It's very much today, what someone needs today. So if you think about, why do people leave an organization? We think about our organization. There's 3 reasons. It's either involuntary, or it's retirement, or it's involuntary. So if you think about involuntary, it typically is a performance issue with the person, or they violated a policy, or it could be a medical reason as to why they can't do the job, that we can't find them another position. Retirement's pretty straightforward. I mean, they put their time in and they want to go fishing or wherever it is they want to do after their life with us. And then voluntary is usually either changing careers, I just want to do something completely different, or another job that maybe pays more money, or I just might not like where I am. So if you look at the chart at the bottom, if you take a look at the voluntary, the kind of the olive, I'll call it olive color, yellow color, if you will. Voluntaries, if you think about the past 5 years, and if you look at this past year, the number has kind of grown. And so that's what we're experiencing today, is a higher number of volunteer people leaving on a volunteer basis. Retirements, pretty close to the same. I think I mentioned to y'all 4 or 5 years ago that we would probably average about 20% per year of people that were eligible to retire, and that's holding about true. Our average age has probably dropped somewhere about 5 years from what it was. So we used to have an average age of close to 46 years of age. It's down now closer to about 40 years of age. That's a pretty, you said, well, that's a pretty significant jump when you look at the average age of 1,000 employees. So when you think about, you can't be everything to everybody, so you take a look at, so what are the 4 top reasons for volunteering is, again, either in the blue is another job, career change or advancement is in green. And I sort of categorize those 2 together because it could be one of the same. Another job usually means probably more money, or that they're changing because they want to a different lifestyle, whatever that case may be. So those two really, so you think about it, take those numbers and add them together, and you take a look, and that's more than 2/3 of your turnover. We're finding a few people leaving to go back home because they've had a family and they want to go back to the grandparents and that sort of thing, and that's not much you can do about that. That's a lifestyle that they want to have going forward. And then you have a few people that, took the job, but I don't know that I really like it. But those numbers, as you can see, are shrinking from 2017 down from 10% down to 2.5. So I think we're doing a good job of matching people in jobs, if you will. Kevin.
I had a question.
Mr. Spears.
Thank you.
I thought it was my conscience speaking to me.
Probably would have been followed by a lightning bolt if it was your conscience.
I'd rather you be my conscience, please.
I don't know. I don't think you want that, Al. Here's a question. I got several questions, but the first question is, for our organization, what is the rate of upward mobility as you look at 49.6% of the top 4 voluntary reasons for leaving our organization? And like you said, if you group that with the 12.6% of people just a career change or advancement, how much are we in this organization promoting people up? How much upward mobility, and how much are we bringing in new people? But you can answer the first question first.
Okay, let me see if I can address sort of both questions at the same time. There are areas where we have, where a person can grow within the same job. We have, actually, when we did the last study back in 2018, one thing we talked about was career pathing. Is there an opportunity to do that more? We just have not gotten around to it as much as we'd like to. We will. So let's say if I had an accountant position, I should be able to hire a junior accountant out of college, or if I need someone with a little more experience, that I hire an accountant, or if I need a senior person, someone that needs no supervision, they can go out and do whatever they want. I don't need to tell them what to do. They know it needs to get done. Then that's a senior level position. So they can grow from entry level, 2-3 years, another 2 or 3 years to be an accountant, and then probably in 5 or 6 years they could be a senior. And so we're working on that now. We don't have it deployed across. We have it in pockets, but we intend to look at that across the organization where we could make that more an opportunity for growth within the city. Did that answer your question?
Somewhat, and thanks. And let me intervene right there, and no dig at you, but that sounds so cliche where you what would typically be done or what could typically be done, but when you have applicants out here who, first 2 years out of college, entry-level positions, you make you submit an application, people are telling you, hey, you don't have the level of experience. And then you got some people looking to be added to the workforce who have years of experience, and you're overqualified for positions. But yet everywhere you see a need. You see a need for the field of expertise that you're in. So that just means that there has to be a change in the mindset of organizations and HR people as to how we get people into an organization and how we retain people in the organization. If we know we're facing things like career changes, career advancement, just looking for other jobs because of better pay, we have to offer better, and this, again, no dig at you, because I know last year or earlier this year, we did do an incentive. And I want to know how many people did we employ based on that incentive program we initiated?
let's see, I have that number for you. The bonus program that we put in earlier this year, where we were able to use some of the ARPA funds to replace people that left during the pandemic. So far, we've employed 8, and we've got 3 or 4 more in the pipeline that are in the process. So if they accept our offer, I would say we're probably somewhere around the 12 to 15 new hires because of that. I hope that kind of gives you kind of an idea. The other thing I want to touch on that you said from a cliche perspective, I appreciate that. One of the things that, as we mentioned, we have implemented what we'll call succession planning. So we start looking at how do we get people ready so that they have an opportunity to grow in the organization. And we started at kind of the department head level and want to take it down in the organization. We want to do it in a phased approach because I've seen when you put those programs, you just throw the whole thing out there, it's a mess. And so we're trying to say, okay, let's do the department heads first, then we'll take it down to the middle managers, then we'll take it down to supervisors so that it is very much a structured program so people understand you have some responsibility. We're going to come up with a development plan of things that you need to do, things you need to be involved in. Now, and we budgeted for it. Now, you own it because it's your career. So there has to be some ownership on the person to want to advance and for us to have the opportunity for them to advance.
Understood. And outside of that incentive program, what other recruitment tools are we using?
If you'll give me a few minutes, as I asked Mr. Anderson, I think I'm going to answer that question in just a few minutes. So don't let me get away, but I think I'm going to answer that question in just a few minutes.
Okay, I got time. I'm here all day.
Okay.
Just, if you may answer, this is kind of off the path, but it would probably be best answered by Chief Mason, Chief Williams, but for example, does the County of New Hanover have as intense a training program, or does the Leland Police Department have as intense a program as our 2 departments do when it comes to training future recruits? Because dovetailing on what Margaret just said, it's always been kind of we kind of smile about it, but it's real. I mean, are we a training program and they come in, they get all this good training at great expense to our companies, and then other people come in and scoop them up for an extra $1,000 a year or whatever? Is that something? Is that a real concern?
Honestly, Charlie, it is a concern. We can't speak for Chief Williams, but we take a great deal of pride in our Recruit Academy. Our hiring process is very rigorous. It takes about a year to select candidates, and our Recruit Academy takes about 6 months long. I have long been a proponent of that, as my predecessors. Because of the amount of training, we are able to train them up properly. We are able to create a sense of pride and ownership, and for me, that's extremely valuable. It is worth the cost of investment in them, in those employees. The downside of that, and I'll answer your question about the county in just a second, Charlie, but the downside of that is that we're the big dog in town, and there's a lot of fire departments, the beaches, not necessarily the county, but the beaches. They struggle with finding talent to come work for their agencies. Most people, when they look to join the fire department in this area, they want to come work for us. So the beaches have to offer better pay, they have to offer different benefits and those kind of things in order to make their job more appealing. They're great places to work, but to draw talent away from us or for applying with us, they have to create other incentives. The county used to run a hiring program or a Recruit Academy, if you will. I don't think it was ever on the scale that ours has been, but they did away with that a few years ago, and I think what they do most often, Charlie, is they hire people who are already trained. And I know the community college has a program that they basically train firefighters in what we call the Firefighter 1 and 2 state certifications, and the county hires them either from that program or they just hire in general. So it is very different if you're looking at it from in terms of, what's the most cost-effective way to do it, provided you can keep those people that you hire. I guess that would be the most cost-effective way. However, I feel like the programs that our Recruit Academy and our program attracts excellent talent, and for the most part, we retain those folks. But it is a consequence of the fact that we provide so much training to our people, our recruits, that there is opportunity for them to leave and take that training with them.
They become very attractive to.
Yes, sir, they do. And not just in other local fire departments in this area, but other places. I have lost young folks to Fuquay-Varina and Raleigh and other places. And for those small departments that don't run recruit academies, our people are very attractive. Like Al said, the war for talent.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We hire police officers two ways. We would prefer to hire them certified, where they're already BLET certified and we're not having to put that expense into them. But unfortunately, there's just not a lot of BLET certified candidates out there because they're being scooped up by a lot of the smaller agencies. And we end up having to pay folks to go to BLET, and that's a 16-week process that we put them through. We'll hire them, sit them out to the school for 16 weeks, and that school is preparing them to take the state test to become BLET certified. Well, once they're BLET certified, then we place them through a post-school, a field training program, and unfortunately, we have lost folks that we have put all that investment in. I had one that we paid money to send through BLET back in January, and we put him through post-school. Midway through field training, he went to a smaller police department. And that's what we're starting to see, and the reason being, our officers work hard. Just to give you an example, we ran 400 incidents yesterday in that 24-hour period. So why would you want to come to work and run 400 incidents when you can go to some of these smaller agencies where you do less work and you get paid more money? And that's what it's coming down to with our folks. And they're leaving. Insurance is one of the things that's been cited with some of our folks, that once you retire, you're not covered with insurance anymore. I was on the phone with a chief from another municipality in the state, and that's what they're dealing with. So as Al hit on earlier, young folks, they want that instant gratification, but it's not just the young folks. We're getting into our more veteran officers. Some of them are looking at leaving the organization too, and I just don't know what to do to retain them. You can only give them so many new cars. You can only reward them with so many pizzas and so many pats on the back. At the end of the day, it's going to come down to compensation and benefits, and that's what people are looking for. How can I best take care of my family?
Well, during that 16 weeks, or what you just alluded to, Chief, are they being paid?
Yes, they're being paid by us.
And I knew they were. I just wanted to hear you say it. And we're providing them with that certification.
Yep.
Is there never been any thought to require them to enter into some type of a contract? I don't know if that'd be something legal, but we're going to do this for you, but you owe us 3 years or something along those lines.
We have tried that before, and it just didn't work, and we found out that some of the stipulations in the contract may not be enforceable. It may not be worth taking it to court, but we are looking at that again as an option, because it's very frustrating that our citizens are getting no return on their investment after we paid them to school. Now, we'll say we have lost a few to the sheriff's office, not many, and I don't feel as bad when they go over there because our taxpayers are getting some return on their investment, but when they go to Southport, they go to your Burgalls, you go to some of your other municipalities, we've basically just threw money out the window for months. I had one that was 2 weeks away from being out of field training. He decided he wanted to be a CDL truck driver because he already had a CDL. He turned his resignation in earlier this week.
Thank you, sir. You answered my questions.
So it gives you kind of a flavor of what we're up against. And you asked a question, I think, Charlie, about, could we put in some kind of an agreement. Given these young folks today, you put an agreement in front of them, that you owe me this, and I can go over here and I don't have to pay anything.
I understand that, Al. That's like somebody wanting me to take an open listing in real estate. If they were not honorable enough to sign a listing agreement, then they're not going to be honorable down the road.
That's right.
There's got to be some kind of a sit-down where, I mean, it's almost like insanity. We keep doing the same thing over and over and over and getting the same result. At some point, somebody's got to stand up to the plate and say, you know, I want to come there and I'm willing to sign I mean, we do it with teachers, we do it with contract nurses, we do it with contract doctors. I mean, we pay all this money to get them trained and certified, police and fire, and probably not just those two departments. Those are the ones that come to my mind. Yeah. And I know if you can get them past 4, 5, or 6 years, generally they're probably going to stay. But it's all that upfront expense and the time involved and the anticipation of having that person come on your force, and then they leave and go somewhere else. It's just, you know, it's not only is it not fair, it just doesn't seem right.
I could not agree with you more, Councilman Robert Mark. The market today is just very different than it was 4 or 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago, we wouldn't be having this conversation because it wouldn't exist. This is existing because of the market conditions that we're in this last couple of years, and nobody knows when it's going to end. I mean, you ask an economist, they say, Al, I'm guessing. I'll give you a guess, but I can't tell you it's going to be. So unfortunately, everything right now is about this far in front of your face, not this. It's right here in front of you, and that's what people are looking at today, particularly our younger generation. Okay.
Do we ever give somebody a bonus for staying? Like, if you stay for 3 years, we'll give you, a sizable bonus?
Not to my knowledge.
Seems like that'd save us some money.
Not to my knowledge we've ever done that. I've done it in private sector before, but I am hearing that is beginning to happen. So it is something we would certainly take a look at, and we may be coming back to you with that may be an option for us to retain people, is it some sort of retention bonus.
Yeah.
Well, you see the situation. I've just heard from the two chiefs. And I think that, 50% of our budget is public safety. If we don't have a safe city, if we don't have a city we can put out fires and be first responders, there's going to be some serious issues here. In addition to all of the other workers for our community and for our city that do a tremendous job and have been doing a tremendous job. Yeah. And I think this is the #1 issue that we're going to be dealing with. I know that we put off that pay study because of COVID, and this is our 3rd year. So the thing is here, and we've got to deal with it. And it's not going to be an easy decision we have to make. But if our citizens want good public safety and they want good service, we're going to have to take care of our employees. And I hope that, this council takes it upon themselves to focus on that. We focused on a lot of other things last couple of years, but we need to focus on our employees that do a tremendous job day in and day out. And we lean on them heavily, and they've done a tremendous job. I cannot, in this pandemic, we have stepped up to the plate. So from my perspective, this will be one of the first things I want to look at.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just to continue on, if you look at the blue chart, blue bar shows you the number of applications we received. Now, going back to FY18, and if you look back at FY18, we would receive almost 80 applications, and you can see the bar going down every year. And this year, about 28 applications that we're receiving. That's applications received. The green bar are those that are qualified. And you say, well, what's the difference? You have some people that apply for jobs they don't not qualified because they're still wanting to get their unemployment benefits. It used to be that you had to apply for at least 3 jobs a week to continue to get your unemployment benefits. So we see a lot of that this person doesn't even come close, but they applied for it, so they still get their unemployment benefits. I understand it. I get it. So if you look at back in FY18, we were getting about 64 qualified. This is per position that we were getting these on, and now we're getting about 18 qualified people per position. So again, it puts the stress on the system of trying to find people, because guess what? Those 18 people, somebody else is looking for them too.
There was an old saying when unemployment rate, this is back years ago when it got down real low, when you get down to 3%, that 3% wouldn't work in a pie factory.
Right.
I mean, that was just you had to be up around 5 or 6% in order to have any kind of a workforce or a pool. So I don't know if that holds true today, but good.
It does. So, you look at it and say, well, what have y'all been doing? And so if you look back earlier this year, we decided to do a career fair. We had about 150 individuals that participated in that. We did a lot of, I think we've gotten close to 10 hires out of that recruitment, and still got some more that are likely going to come as that. So, yep, that was I'll call a reasonable success for us. It was done out at Legion Stadium. It was a nice day, and had a good turnout. Police, fire, public safety, community services, they had all their equipment out there, so they saw everything that I mean, it was phenomenal. I mean, I thank all those departments for taking the time out of the schedule to do that. So, and some of you came out, and I appreciate y'all coming out. And Mr. Barnett was one of the folks I remember seeing while I was out there. Some others may have come too. So again, very much appreciate your support. We also look, as we think about, diversity, equity, inclusion, we try to look at multiple ways of how do we get at applicants. And so we, particularly the fire department, has put a lot of time and effort in the Latino community, and it's beginning to show some promise for us. So we look at not just the Latino community, but we look at billboards, trade publications, different organizations, the community colleges. Again, social media now is a big thing where people go to look for jobs. So we're in all those places. And then, of course, obviously, what you approved for us earlier was to do a $1,000 sign-on bonus to get some of those COVID jobs refilled. So we appreciate that very much. Some other enhancements that we've done over the years to make sure that we are an attractive and an attractive employer, that we can attract and retain a talented workforce. Again, back in 2018, you were gracious to approve that compensation study, and that was phenomenal for us. Really appreciate that. At that same time, we also did the educational incentive for uniform fire. We had it in police, but we didn't have it in fire. Paid parental leave. In today's environment, the federal government is trying to mandate that. We were ahead of them. Like a lot of other employers, we lost a couple of candidates that said, I'm thinking about having a family, but my employer already has a paid leave in place, so thank you, but I'm not coming right now. So that has been helpful for us. We see that that's been a fruitful decision that, again, you helped us make in approving that for us. In 2019, we did the special teams and bilingual pay for police officers. So when you're out there in an accident and you want to be able to speak their language to understand how badly are you hurt. I mean, so you can attend to them in a proper way. We also then updated all the paid leave, all the other paid leave policies. There were 4 or 5 policies. We consolidated them into one. And so it was easy for employees to get to which one made sense for them to be able to use for what case. And then last year, we had the COVID paid leave and vaccine incentive. And the paid leave was that if someone had to be quarantined, that we covered their pay. We covered their time off. In other words, they didn't have to take vacation or sick leave. We, the city, covered that. And you all we're thankful that y'all were supportive of that. We also included a vaccine incentive, and that was we gave folks that got vaccinated a half a day of paid leave. Right now, we're sitting at about 50% of our employees are vaccinated. I wish it were higher. The manager and I have talked about, are there some other incentives? We try to use the carrot approach, not the stick. The county, I know, did do the mandatory testing if you weren't vaccinated, and their numbers, they're in about 75%. Some other municipalities I've talked to are doing some different kind of incentives, so we're doing some research to see what we might need to do to try to get our number. I think we'd like to be at least in the 80% range, and so it's going to take a little more effort to get us there. So stay tuned. I may be back asking for something else. So. And also in 2021, we will now beginning in January, minimum wage of $15 an hour. And the county and some others are already there. So I think that'll help us too. And I think it'll help us from the construction trade if we're at 15 to be able to hold on to some of those folks that we would lose for $1 an hour. Because some of those folks now are at probably $12.50, maybe $13 an hour, are going to go to 15. So We think that's going to be a tremendous help on the kind of the more entry-level positions that we've got, like in recycling, trash, public services, and in some other parts of the city. In 2021, you approved the premium and the sign-on bonuses that we did. Again, thank you for doing that earlier this year. Employees, I think, really appreciated your thinking about them, our frontline workers and everybody else that had to see people almost every day that were at risk of potentially contracting the virus. And since 2018 to now, you've been, I think, pretty gracious in providing us with merit opportunities. So we've been able to do between 2.5% to 3% each year. I'm going to talk a little bit more that, we're probably going to need to see something a little bit different from that because, again, we're in a different market today than we were 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Real quick, going back to the recruitment of employees and where you're going to get, where you're going to recruit people from, I know university, community college. Are you also going to high schools?
That's a good question, Mayor. We are starting to have some conversations. Are there some jobs that we could possibly hire college graduates to go into? I mean, I would say like in fire and some in police, those are high school graduates. Okay. But we maybe take more advantage of that in some other areas.
Well, I think the two things that I would like to see, if we could at least take a look at, especially with some of the guidance counselors in some of the high schools. I mean, a lot of these kids don't know if they're going to go off to school or they're not going to go off to school. Maybe there's another career path, especially some of the entry-level jobs. I think we ought to at least look at that. And then the other thing would be, I know that through Voyage, the program that we do support,
yes,
they have a jobs program with, I think this year it was about 90 kids. Yeah. And I think we've even hired some of the young people that have been part of that program, and looking to see if there's an opportunity to hire from within that group.
I was asking Amy, did you employ some of the Voyage people? It seemed like you did. I think we have.
I know that we've employed from the
the
city and the police department and Parks and Recreation and other departments, and in some cases we've even hired from that program.
We have not hired any Voyage members yet. However, we are looking to do that in the summer, where we supplement our recreation staff for our summer camps. The other thing that we're looking at doing, as you know, with your support, our junior officials program has successfully graduated some participants and are employed at our basketball leagues. We are looking at, as part of several of my staff members' work plans this year, to see how we might have some mentorship and eventually employment through our Parks Landscaping and Forestry Division. As you saw in the slides, we're struggling mightily with losing folks. We've had grounds techs and tree trimmer positions vacant for over a year now. Part of that is pay. As I think Councilman Rivenbark mentioned, a lot of these folks want more take-home pay. We've had instances where we have hired folks, and when they get their first paycheck and see how much they're not taking home, they decide to leave. So while pay is an issue, we also just think fundamentally, as was mentioned earlier, something happened with the pandemic where people are just less willing to work now. But our strategy is if we can get some of these kids who graduate from our after-school programs, move into our teen programs, to work alongside our existing grounds techs and tree trimmer positions. Hopefully we can engage them enough that we're creating future employees there.
In terms of the Voyager program, I just talked to Chief, and he's beginning to have some success from that program. So we're beginning to see some good effort coming out of that. Good. I asked Chief Mason to come up to talk about a little bit of things that they're doing at the middle school, high school level.
Okay, great. Great to hear that.
This summer, we started a junior firefighter academy which was directed at middle school and high school students. It was primarily attended by high school students. It was a fantastic program. In fact, we had 10, 12 graduates of that program. Several of them have expressed interest in coming to work for us or joining the fire service. In fact, yesterday we met with our diversity committee, and we are planning to run that Junior Firefighter Academy twice this coming year, so that'll be in our budget this year that we asked for the funds to run that twice. Through our Citizens Fire Academy that's been going on for many, many years, you are probably familiar with that. We have recruited, I think, 5, 6 people out of that program over the years. That's not directed in any one specific age group. It's just open to the community to learn more about the fire department, their fire department. But it has been a good recruitment tool for us. And then if I may, Charlie, I'd like to come back and just offer a follow-up to my previous comment. At one point in time, we ran 2 hiring lists where we would have what we called a certified and a non-certified list. So the intent of the certified list was to fill in gaps. So if we had 1 or 2 openings, we would pull somebody off of that certified list. And then when it got to the point either that list was exhausted or we had a number of vacancies that would justify a recruit academy, we would open up the hiring process and hire non-certified folks. Looking back on all of that, years ago, Chief Martinet and I decided to do away with the certified list, and this is many, many years ago, because the retention of those folks, and we called them mercenaries, the retention of those folks that we hired certified was very, very poor. In fact, there's probably 2 or 3 folks that are members of our organization that were actually hired certified, but my previous comment about generating that pride and that ownership and that loyalty to our organization comes from our recruit process. So it may not be the most cost-effective thing on paper, but I would certainly offer that the results of our academy certainly outweigh the costs.
Well, more the words of Mike Tomlin, we don't want hostages, we want volunteers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You know, the other thing, coming to work, you know, there was a time when people maybe didn't look as favorably upon working a government job or whatever. Those days have gone. And I know I keep zeroing in on police and fire, but this is for everybody. This is a good career. Coming to work with the city of Wilmington, it's a darn fine career. You look at and I know everybody is kind of jaded when they first come on. They want, how much you want to pay me now?
Right.
But if you can get them, you know, sell them on the idea that it is a career. Every kid wants to be a policeman or a fireman when he's growing up, and somewhere along the line, you know,
yes, sir.
Being a policeman today in this environment is hard. I couldn't do it.
I could not
I couldn't
either.
do it where I was a young man. I couldn't do it. I'm
Tremendous
too
amount of
hot-tempered.
respect for our law enforcement.
But it is a great career, and I just, you know, we've got to have these people, and, you know, whatever it takes, we've got to do it. Another source that I was involved in its infancy is CTEC. The school that the New Hanover County has put into place. They're having wonderful success with people coming along and being trained in a trade in addition to their high school diploma, which allows them, you know, to go right into college. But these people are getting hired right out of high school at good paying jobs that are career jobs. So maybe they could put in something that's aligned with police and fire.
I spoke to Principal Skipper at CTEC 2 weeks ago about this very issue where they had one time had a public safety program in there. They have not been able to continue that. I'm not exactly sure why, but I met with her personally, and I'm like, whatever we can do to help you get that program up and running, because you know, we understand that recruitment and retention is a huge issue, and we have you know, not to blow smoke, but we have an amazing fire department filled with fantastic people. We are on the cusp of becoming a Class 1 fire department, which is, as you know, is a very, very small percentage of fire departments in this country. We are an accredited organization. We have fantastic special teams and opportunities, and so we can attract people, but to support Chief Williams' comment, at this point it really comes down to compensation and taking care of those folks financially so that they can afford to live in this city. I mean, this is a fantastic place to live. It's my hometown, but honestly, it's getting more and more expensive to live here, and if you love this city like I do and you want to live here, then you got to be able to afford to do that. And
We get it. We get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Al, before you get started, on this list of bullet points, I hate to blow my own horn here, but I would love to see that internship program we talked about, especially after listening to Chief Mason, the mayor, Councilman Rivenbark, the chief, Amy Beatty. You know, we've had these discussions, me, you, Tom, Sterling, about trying to implement an internship program where we're bringing younger people into the flow of jobs that might not be on their radar. And so this is prime time to sell that and to make sure that, you know, we're really trying to make this thing happen. And you know, some of my thunder was stolen with the film incentive program. Well, not the film incentive program, but the film program. But, you know, that was along the lines of what I was talking about. So clearly we see there's a need and that we should be really working to make that happen.
And I think we're on the cusp of that right now. So thank you for those points. We have a small intern program, but I think we certainly could expand it, that it reaches more.
Not small. We don't want small.
No, I'm talking about today, but I mean expanding, we're kind of where we are today to include a lot more areas than we have today. Point well taken, and it's something that's on the radar for sure. Thank you. So, kind of get into more of the nitty-gritty details of kind of why I'm standing up here. If you think about trends for this year as well as next year, wages continue to rise as companies adjust their wages to retain talent and be able to compete for the people that are out there. Nationally, and Laura may have mentioned this earlier, so I don't want to be duplicative, but there are over 10 million openings out there and not enough people to fill them. So we know what happens when supply and demand, what occurs. You know, I think the federal government at one point wanted to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and it's gotten a lot of resistance. Well, guess what? It's doing this on its own now, that you're seeing $15 across the country kind of being the price point. Just right up the road, there's Chick-fil-A, $19 an hour. So yeah, $15 an hour is here, whether the federal government mandates it or not. They don't need to, because it's pretty much the market right now is going to dictate what prices are going to be. Inflation, you heard Laura talk earlier about inflation outpacing wage growth in many areas. And then over the past 3 years, what you've typically seen is a trend of about a 3% merit increase each year, 3.5. The projections for next year, and this is a source from the Human Resource Organization that's global, is that you can expect something at a minimum of about 3.3 at a minimum. 12% of those organizations surveyed are planning to give between 4 and 5% merit increases. And that's up from a year ago where it was about maybe 7 to 8%, where I think, you know, the hard pushing companies want to be out in front of everybody else, would do 4 to 5%. Well, guess what? Now it's becoming kind of the norm of that 4 to 5% is what 3% was last year. So that's what we're going to be facing, I think, just to stay in the game and be competitive, to be able to keep and attract employees for our organization. So I mentioned the studies underway. Kim Sampson, our comp and benefit managers, we're doing it internal. So rather than paying a consulting company that doesn't really know our jobs, and I can tell you a compensation study is 6 figures. We did this. She did it back in 2018. So there's a savings there that I want to make sure is clear, is that a compensation study is going to run you over $100,000 at a minimum, and that's just bare minimum. So we are looking at, and I know Councilman O'Grady talks about kind of the region a lot. You know, we have to think about, you know, the region that we're in is kind of who we compete against. Today's market, you're competing even broader than that, but you certainly need to make sure that your back door is covered, or somebody's going to sneak in the back door and take your resources, and then only have to move. So again, it gets back to, y'all get tired of me saying this, but it's all about attracting and retaining a talented workforce. Bottom line, it's just that simple. The study was started back in the middle of the summer. We've gotten a lot of data in, and I'll show you just a snippet of some of the data we've gotten so far. The intent is to have the study wrapped up next month, finish up the analysis, and I know we meet again in the first quarter of next year. And at that time, we'll be coming back with some very clear findings and recommendations as to how we would want your support moving forward. Just to give you an idea, the top half are the benchmarks that we typically use today. The Asheville's of the world's, the Charlotte's, Winston-Salem's, the Raleigh. Those are the ones we typically look at as being our main source of benchmarking. Again, back to Councilman O'Grady's thought is thinking about this on a more regional basis. We need to look, again, more in our backyard. So Brunswick County, Carolina Beach, Leland, New Hanover. And we said, hey, other C cities, I call C cities, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, and Savannah, they're C cities just like we are. So we're going to look at those and see how we compare against them as well. And then the other surveys that we will look at are the League of Municipalities, the North Carolina League of Municipalities, to kind of get a sense of what they're saying the numbers look like. And then Catapult is it's a trade organization. It used to be called CAI, or Capital Associated Industry. They merged with the organization that covers Charlotte. So now they cover probably 2/3 of the state in terms of providing training, development surveys. Companies that are very small that don't have an HR department, they provide those kind of services for them. So we're trying to look at our benchmarks, look at what regionally we're seeing, and then maybe some additional thoughts that we may see from some others. I go back to a regional benchmark. We just lost a female firefighter to Carolina Beach for almost $5,000 more in pay today, not long-term, pay today. So smaller location, probably fewer fires, as you heard both chiefs talk about. I don't know that can be any more succinct than that. So, okay, if you think about preliminary findings, so here we go. Police officers, what we're finding right now, starting pay is 10% below market. Fire about 16% below market. And CDL drivers about 20% below market. We have a fleet crew of mechanics in Jennifer's organization, Jennifer Moretti's organization. There are 5 mechanics. We've lost 2, and again, to a local organization that are paying about $35 an hour. They were probably making between 20 to 25. So again, they don't have to move, but just going down the street. And if they take the rest of them, guess what? We'll have to buy mechanic services from them. If they're paying $35 an hour, our cost of getting work done obviously goes up because we have to pay more. So this is kind of where we are today. This market right now is just, it's very tight, it's very tough, it's very competitive, and we've just got to make sure that we're there with regards to how we pay people. The second thing you hear a bit about was health care and benefits. One of the other things we're looking at is health care and benefits. With all that I've talked about in terms of pay, I think we're fairly competitive there. Could we be better? Sure. But it's kind of like the elephant. You got to take it one bite at a time or you get choked. So we've got to think about pay first, and then we've got to make sure we do have good benefits, but could they be better? Sure. But we'll have to take a look at that as a secondary item. So we're going to continue to monitor trends. We're going to get this data in as quickly as we can in December, and hopefully in January have some recommendations for you. And then with that, Mr. Reinbach, I think you have a question.
I just did. Looking at those numbers on the preliminary findings, and I thought that around 2018, and I know things move at speed of light anymore, how could we fall so far behind in that short amount of time? Is the market, I've always thought that one municipality waits for this one to do this, and then, well, we've got to match that, and then this one over here, it's kind of like a domino effect. We keep playing off each other. Is that, those numbers are pretty big. 20 CDL driver, 20% below market. police and fire, I mean, and I know that what we did in 2018 doesn't last forever, I get that, but I mean, boy, those are big percentages.
Yeah, and I think kind of as I mentioned then, I mentioned now is the data that that you're going to have is lagging because it's last year's. I mean, it's virtually last year's data. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when I do this, when I give you this data in December, it's 2021. Well, we're going to be in 2022 when we're already a year behind. So you have to. I'm going to have to age that information forward in order for it to be 2022 competitive.
You do adjustments. I mean,
we're going to have to.
Sure.
Part of it, I'm going to get raw data, but I'm going to have to adjust it forward because I'm yet now 1 year behind if I don't. And that's what happened back in 18, and we found that out. And we would have done a study. I think Neil asked me, how do you do studies? I like to do them every 2 years because the market changes so rapidly, and now it's changing so rapidly, I almost need to do it every year.
Do you take things into consideration when you're making when you're looking at these numbers, like the market that you're getting it from, like the cost of living in one market is generally higher, which means that everything in that market's higher than it would be, say, here, and the attractiveness of where we are versus somebody living in, a rather unattractive place? I mean, are those things taken into consideration? As much as you can?
I think indirectly, I think what we look at is what is the raw data on the dollars, because we believe that they've sort of looked at their local market to determine what cost of living might be. But it would be secondary or anecdotal. I think because again, Charlie, gas today costs $3.50. Tomorrow it might be $4. Next week it might be $2.89.
Yeah.
So. It's more focused on sort of buying power to some degree, I would say.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments?
Just a quick statement. When I went to the job fair over at the stadium, one of the questions that a couple people asked to me was starting, like when people start, when they're hired, they have to wait almost like 45 days or something before they get their first paycheck. Have we improved that, or
yes? And
how have we?
Yeah, and they used to have to wait almost 3 months for insurance, and we've worked through it and gotten that resolved, and we're working on the pay to make sure that people get paid faster. Again, this market is dictating that we've got to pay people sooner because they can't sit there and wait 2-3 months before they get paid or the benefits kick in. So been working very closely with Jennifer's organization, payroll, and my team very collectively, and we'll get some good work done on that behalf.
Okay, good deal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I got one more comment, and it's this. We can't have homes a housing market that competes with Raleigh and Charlotte, but have a job market that pays like Winnebago or Charlotte. So you just look at it, and you can look at it any way you want, but that's the reality of it. If we're trying to compete, then we have to compete.
Could not agree more, and I think if you noticed, our benchmark cities are the larger municipalities like Charlotte, Raleigh, Asheville. So that's who we're looking at as our primary competition. Again, we just look locally just to understand, as the example I gave earlier, a firefighter going to Carolina Beach for $4,000 to $5,000 more in their paycheck today. So we understand locally you got to pay attention, but we're also looking much broader across the state to the municipalities that are even larger than us to make sure we're being competitive with them.
Gotcha. Any other questions, comments? Thank you. Appreciate it. Looks like we're right on schedule, Mr. Manager.
We were an hour ahead before we started that topic.
We were.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we want to discuss with you today some changes we're talking about making to the civic partnership process. Most specifically, you'll note that we have the 2- and 3-year cycles now that will have coincided to the point that we will be doing both in the coming fiscal year. We'll be awarding contracts for both. One of the things we wanted to do as a part of this process was to recognize the diversity, equity, and inclusion elements of the Rise Together initiative, as well as to update some of the evaluation factors. So we've got two processes. We've got one that's more the economic development side, and we got one that's more the human resources side. Ms. Mortel will kick us off with looking at the civic partnerships and some of the proposed criteria that we'll be using to change or to redesign the process. We'd like some input back from you on those criteria as we go through them. So with that, Laura.
Thank you. As he said, we have two processes that are commencing this year. Probably every 5 years we have this happen. We have the civic partner, these are the objectives. We have the public services process, and then we have the civic economic development process. And one is for 2 years, one is for 3 years. So every 5 years we have them coming together, and that's what we have this year. I want to remind you that well, I don't know if I need to remind you, I've probably already told you twice, but the pandemic has created federal stimulus that is coming to the community for needs in the community, and we have provided funding of over $7.7 million already of that stimulus funding to various agencies. Some of them are dealing with the issues that we have in the community. Some of the money, I think 85 of those agencies received $1.9 million amongst them for assistance to their business based on what they lost during the pandemic. And so that's a lot of agencies that we've provided money to. And the pandemic and the impacts aren't done yet. And this is one-time funding. And then last year we, sorry about the numbers, I moved my partner up. So the civic partners are first, so we have 6 and 7 up on top. But we gave one-time funding for agencies that link to RISE. We did not have a process last year, and we thought these processes that they came forward with deserved some funding to start them out, but it is one time. Some of these are new agencies, and I point this out because in FY22, what the process we have now, we have these agencies that are up there. We have $114,000 that is going to this effort. And so we have the one-time funding agencies that receive those from us, as well as the agencies who receive the federal stimulus. So we could have a record number of nonprofit or agencies coming to us with requests for either the public service process or the civic development process. So the one I'm going to talk to you about today is the civic development. The initial focus of this is supposed to enhance the area and the quality of life through either economic and physical development or cultural and recreational programs. As I said, it's a 3-year process. The current process is ending in FY22, and the process starts again for next year, and we are in the development stages for that. What I'd like to do is discuss, in FY15, I think there was some clarity that needed to occur on this process, and so in FY15, a resolution came forward, and we had spelled out that we wanted various things from the agencies who were applying, and it was still pretty limited in what we got. So we were asking for a narrative in how their strategy is going to increase jobs and employment opportunities. What's the return on investment for the funding for our citizens? What are they going to see? Other considerations, do they link to our strategic plan and our strategies for that year, the course of the 3 years? We asked for their revenue streams, who else is giving them funding for this particular request, and some milestones. What you kind of see here is how it was spelled out. So I think what we're asking to do today is to just provide some more clarity and some structure. So when I'm up in front of you, we can tell you why they were receiving the funding, and just add a point scale and some logic to it. So the first thing that I think we need to do is ask for either a strategy, program, or project that lasts for the 3 years. So they're just not giving us their whole business strategy, and you should do my entire entity. We should be asking them, what are they going to do for the city specifically over the next 3 years? And so that would be one of the changes that I would suggest. The other change is we have a myriad of agencies that are either direct economic impact or kind of the non-direct. And so I was looking at them and we put them into categories. We have job recruitment and retention agencies, those agencies that go out and they recruit all those businesses here. Some of the ones that I could put in that category would be WDI, WBD, and maybe the film industry. Then we have the new up-and-coming type business who is doing workforce training and upskilling. Currently, we have YWCA, we have the Genesis Block that received one-time funding, and then we have the Entrepreneur UNCW organization that could fit in there. And then we have those regional draws, the ones that are a little more indirect. Sometimes they're short-lived, but they do bring people to the community and they do have an impact. Those are those museums, the Jewish Film Festival, we have Kukaloris, the Children's Museum. Those are the type of things that would fit into that category. We would give an extra point for their request if it's going to focus on women minority-owned businesses or focus on underserved parts of our community. We are looking for those strategies that really focus on those sectors, job sectors that we want to come here or the gaps that we want to fill. What do I mean by that? Like fin technology, we have life and marine science, aviation, precision manufacturing would be kind of on the high end. They're going to bring the more high-paid skill. The middle ground would be the distribution and logistics, entertainment, call centers, still getting the salaries up there, but kind of separating them, putting them a little down. And then the last category that they would be rated on is retail and hospitality and the arts. We want to potentially give, and I'm not sure how I'm going to ask this yet, but we want to give an extra point for their strategy if they're going to focus on our local talent. We go out and we have agency comes here, we give them incentives to come, and sometimes they bring their staff with them, or at least the high-end paying to start the company here. We thought it might be a good thing to give an extra point to those that focus on our local talent, or the majority of the jobs will come from local talent pools. Job creation, this is still important. Also, it would be flipped for those regional draws. How many people are you bringing here? What's their economic, or what's their return on investment? What are the jobs that you're creating? And we would base the point scale based on what we get. Right now, I can't create it until I see the numbers, but we would give a hierarchy through that. Average wage impact. What are the average wages that they're going to be bringing? And what is the return on investment? I still want to know what that is from them and over the course of the 3 years. So I'm still going to ask for a narrative. I think it's important for us to really understand what their strategy and their proposal is going to do for us and how well they can actually interpret that for us. And then we're keeping the measurable milestones and trying to get ones that we can see be improved over the course of the 3 years and how successful that they are becoming. So just an idea of the point scoring, the economic priority, you have the score on the very far left from 3, 2, 1, and 0. The economic priority, we would give those that fit they're bringing in the big agencies, they're completely direct in economic impacts, a 3, down to the regional draws, which would get 1. Those are kind of the short-term impacts. Job sector, here's how I've broken them apart. The fintech, aviation, precision manufacturing would get the higher point. Distribution and logistics, entertainment, and call centers would get 2. Retail and hospitality would get 1. the average living wage, I worked with HR, they used an MIT calculator, and this is how they were able to get the $31,215 an hour. For a single person living in Wilmington, that is what the MIT calculator is. So I used that. Less than that would be at 0 if the average number of jobs are coming. We just want to give them a point. If they're going to be above living wage to 47,000, 47,000 was created and calculated based on the average of all the jobs that the MIT calculator provided, and then get into the higher paying jobs above that average, which is 47 to 90, and then another one 90 and above. And then the return on investment, this is probably the more subjective one, but we want to know how they articulated the return on investment and what the city and the community is going to gain from that. How we're going to incorporate RISE. We've added that extra point for minority business and women-owned businesses, and if you're going to serve for our underserved communities. We traditionally kind of give those known economic development agencies kind of an extra point because of the stigma, and we know what they're doing. We're going to try and remove that from the process. We're incorporating a DEI and inclusion question. We want them to be able to show us if they have policies and how they're going to be distributing this strategy as it relates to that. And one of the biggest ones that both processes are going to do, we suggest that we change the financial management policy and the audit requirement for 10,000 and above. When you get to smaller organizations, a lot of the money we're giving them is challenged because they have to do this audit at the end. And so North Carolina statute requires, it says it may require an audit over $1,000. The city at whatever time chose $10,000 for that audit. We suggest that we move it to $25,000.
Laura, could I just ask you, saying a state statute may require an audit, is that something that's proposed or already in?
That is, no, that's how the state defines it. I gotta go back. The North Carolina state statute says and dictates for jurisdictions that if we give $1,000 to a nonprofit, we may require an audit.
We may require it, not
We don't.
must.
May, yeah.
Okay. Doesn't say shall.
No.
All right, question. If we only say, like if we give somebody $10,000, how do they report that we used it for what they said they were going to use it for?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Okay,
you.
if we give a person $10,000 and they do not turn in an audit, how will we know that they used the money for what they wrote it for, what they asked for?
I don't know what, I will have to turn to finance to answer that question. I don't know what the penalties are without an audit.
Hi. Currently, in our current policy, if we are giving them $10,000 or more, we're requiring a financial audit done by a third party. Anything below that is just a financial report from their entity signed off by their board. Moving up to the $25,000, if it's $25,000 or more, they'll require that external financial audit. Anything below that will just be the financial statements, again, signed off by their board attesting that it is accurate. So this is helping them because the cost of audits have gone up significantly.
Right, okay, so it's a financial report that they'll report at the end of the program.
Correct.
It's a financial report that they'll report at the end of the program.
Yeah, showing the funding that they received from us, how that was used within
Okay.
their financial
All right.
status.
All right, do we, and I was going to ask this, I mean, you asked for the questions, but since you're both standing here, do we, like I say, in the middle of the program, do we ask them for some documentation? Like for example, if we give them this 3-year grant, like say maybe at the end of year 1, do we say, okay, tell me where you are now? there something?
Yeah, that. Some of the programs are run differently. We do do monitoring and request documentation. We do reimburse them, so they would show us their expenses, and then we would do reimbursement for the expenses that they had related to what they said they needed the funding for.
Okay, so I forgot. So all this money is reimbursable. It's not, they don't get the money up front. It's a reimbursable grant.
For some of the programs, they're reimbursed, but I believe this one they were getting up front, but they do have to provide documentation showing how those funds were spent. And I believe with the next program, we're going to look at providing some of it up front, and then they have to provide documentation for those expenses before they receive the next funding. So we have to require, we do look at the documentation and require them to support what they've spent the money on to make sure it is in line with what the program funding was for.
And if it's a 3-year allocation, they have to supply the balance statement at the end of each fiscal year. So they have to supply 3 balance statements.
Okay, makes sense. All right, thanks.
So I just want to kind of go over the recommendation for, we might have to have batteries for this. The proposed funding. As of right now, that traditional ongoing, when you remove the one-time funding, is $514,000. The one-time funding that we provided, the Genesis and the museum, the Cameron Art Museum, was $35,000. So we're recommending we go with the $549,000. And we use a percentage on that of 3% growth, so it would be 566 rounded. We put a cap on what we provide these agencies from 5,000 to 130,000. And then we break it down by, and this breakdown is literally what the current breakdown is in Laura Martell's head of where they all fit. So job recruitment and retention would get 63% of that. Those that fall into the workforce training and upskilling would get 22% of the amount of money, and then the regional draw is 15%. And that will allow us to continue moving forward with some potentially new agencies, and then the current agencies really have to up their game with the assumption that they're not necessarily going to get it. Criticisms, constructive criticism.
No, just a question. Organizations that got the one-time funding, they won't be pigeon-toed or handicapped because they got the one-time funding. Like, we're not going to look at them and say, okay, because you got that last year, you're not eligible for this year.
No.
It's really an open slate.
It's an open slate.
All right, good.
Well, that, I think, correct me, but wasn't that the idea that, yes, we'll go ahead and we'll fund you, but in the future you have to apply?
Yes.
You have to be part of the process rather than our just doing it. I think I asked you this the other day, but and maybe it's in front of me. What is the percentage of our budget that is spent on this type of funding?
Right now, with the FY22 budget, we are at about 80%. So it's what's allowed is just, it's awkward. So what's allowed is 0.5% of the general fund. So we're at 0.8 instead of 0.5. We have not changed the financial policy. It's okay to go over as long as you state it in the transmittal. This is what we've decided. So that would be a discussion that council would have to have and let us know if they want us to do more than the 0.5%.
You know, we did increase that a few years ago. I forget how many, maybe 4 years ago or something. And it's one of the best ways we have to really leverage the citizens' money into providing all kinds of services and opportunities in the community. So we'll just have to see how the budget, sounds like we have other, maybe more pressing needs with trying to recruit and maintain staff. But I think we ought to always keep that in mind, that this is this sort of public-private partnership thing where we can really leverage the tax money.
Agreed.
Can I just add that? Because of the Rise Together initiative, I think we have to be a little more liberal this year than we have been in the past. Because you're going to get agencies that are really just starting. You may get people that just got together and they thought of something and they come to us for some funding. You're not going to see the history that we've had with the other ones that have come traditionally every year. And I think that's what you're trying to do here, is incorporate that. So I think we're going to have to be, well, you're going to have to be more liberal next year. I'm going to be out there throwing things at you. There'll be a little bit more open with the process, especially, but with smaller grants to some of these smaller initiatives that we just starting out. And I think that's what you're trying to achieve here.
That would be one of the things we're trying to achieve, yes.
And I also think that along with that, that we've got to make sure that, and I don't know how we can do this, but for those smaller organizations, that we have somebody to kind of help them along with the application, not just, you didn't make it, so you're out, because I'm going to make sure that we kind of remove all of those barriers, because those people that sit down and come up with plans, they really got some good ideas, and these are some things that really can help the citizens here in Wilmington, and we want to try to make sure that there are no barriers that keep them from receiving some of these funds.
And if I can piggyback off of what Clifford just said, I think that's the beauty, both Kevin and Clifford, that was the beauty of being involved in the process of working with the United Way. We were able to get some of that money down to the smaller, newer nonprofits and able to create some faith for them to buy into this process, that when you apply, you don't have to be so established. We want you to be legit, but you don't have to have, a 10-year record of work history in the community for us to provide some funding to you. So I think that's very important.
Thank you. Just an idea of the process. It will be advertised the beginning of December. We expect them to come back sometime the first, second week of January, so we can come to you and the work session with the big, whatever the ask is. We probably won't have our recommendations at that time, but we'll be able to give you an idea of who applied. Thank you.
And council members should be involved.
I have a question, and you may not have the answer right now. How many nonprofits are there out there in Wilmington?
I don't know, but I can try and find it for you.
How many nonprofits come to the city in an average year requesting funding?
We can try and get that for you.
Pardon me?
We can get that for you. I don't have that right off the top of my head.
Okay. Can you get it today?
I don't.
Okay. The reason
so.
there's a method of my madness. Years ago, there were so many nonprofits, and everybody was going everywhere, and they came up with the United Way. And for a period of time, everything was funneled through the United Way, and then other nonprofits came up, and then we're back in the same situation we are today. And we try to, we certainly consider them all, but I was just, there's got to be some part where we didn't go talk to the folks at the county to see what they were doing, and we decided to do that years ago. So it's just something, I don't say it gets out of hand, but it can kind of get out of hand. Okay? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Suzanne Rogers will now overview the other half of the community engagement and funding process that we have. So, Suzanne.
Thank you. Short. Thank you, Mr. Cottle. Thank you, Dylan. Okay.
Civic Point Community Service.
So you all, many of you may recall and be familiar with what we often refer to as the public service competitive application process that's on the 2-year cycle.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you for a second, Susan? I apologize. Where are you in the book? Is she the next one?
Under civic partnerships, but it's in the back, near the back of it.
Oh.
You should be under the same section,
Civic partnerships.
but then there is a sheet that
Okay.
divides the two.
Oh, I got it. Oh, after the blue sheet. See, you didn't tell me
Yes,
it's going
sir.
to be after the blue sheet. That's what threw me off.
No, sir,
But
that's
there's a yellow and then a blue, and that, you can't do that.
that's a demerit for me, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you. I'm sorry, Susan. We're ready now.
Okay, we're with
You
you.
good? Okay, thank you. So, obviously, these processes are somewhat similar and somewhat related but also have different focuses, and are separate processes, so apologize for any redundancy. Here's our tentative timeline. You can see that we anticipate having mandatory applicant workshops. We'll offer those virtually in December, and then the application deadline sometimes in January, before the mid part of January, and then we do interviews with the applicants and then bring our recommendations to you all. So we conducted an analysis of the current process to look at improvements, and particularly looking through the process, or looking at the process through an equity lens, to look at barriers that may exist. And some barriers that we identified is that we have large organizations that are receiving funding for multiple programs, and that has tended to grow over time. As was mentioned before, currently the disbursement of the grant awards is on a reimbursement basis versus a prepayment, so that's a barrier, particularly for smaller organizations. And we also looked at some of the insurance requirements that the city has, and had some conversations with the city attorney and purchasing about things that we might do to lessen this barrier, and I'll talk a little bit more about that further. And then, as was discussed earlier, the current audit requirement at $10,000, which is being recommended to be increased to $25,000 before an audit is required. So some of the changes that we're looking at, and some of the things that we're not recommending changing. As you all know, the public services competitive process is focused on benefiting low to moderate income households and individuals and areas in our city. So that is not proposed to change, nor are the populations served, which is really a broad array of young folks, elderly folks, folks who are vulnerable, may have disabilities and other things. And of course, the program services have to be within the city of Wilmington and for city residents. We did come up with a purpose statement to provide some clarity. Certainly not going to read this to you, but for your information. Again, thinking about the diversity, equity, and inclusion, looking at programs that really address pervasive adversity that some members of our community face, and that look at providing programs that will build resiliency factors for members of our community. So again, this looks at our current process and the types of categories, and we're recommending some changes. The most significant change that we're recommending is to take the federal funding, which is about $175,000 of CDBG public service funding, out of this process, and just provide that funding through an RFP process. It is typically goes for homeless services. We're required in our HUD programming to provide support for homeless shelters and services, and so we think it's just confusing to have it with your general fund dollars, and it might be simpler just to separate that out and not try to do those all through the one process. Again, we changed some of the language for more clarity around the types of programs, but so we're looking at programs that lower the risk of youth violence, improve economic conditions, and promote prosperity, like job readiness programs, literacy, that kind of thing. Provide a safe haven, so for vulnerable citizens, particularly domestic violence, child abuse, those kinds of programs. Prevent displacement of housing, so that's looking at housing repairs. Your WARMS might be a good example of an organization there. And increasing access to healthy food, so looking at food deserts and food insecurity type programs. The evaluation categories, we've made some changes in the application and required documentation to get more information around organizations' policies around diversity and anti-discrimination. The program overview has been changed to reflect the things I just went over, as well as local priorities. We've added some questions around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and made some changes to work plan and performance, and I'll get into those. We, in the past, gave points for a joint application, 10 points. We've found that really trying to force that collaboration and partnership hasn't been successful, so we would recommend removing those points. And we deduct points if an application is significantly and extensively incomplete.
The question.
Yes, sir.
My thought was you removed, because you said that most of the applications came to you, it was hard for them to have a partner. Is that what you're saying?
No, we tried to incentivize organizations to do joint applications, and particularly when we had newer organizations coming forward, we would recommend to them that they maybe try to partner with a more established organization. So we were trying to force that partnership and collaboration and maybe peer-to-peer kind of capacity building, but quite frankly, it just didn't go as intended, so we didn't get that many joint applications, and the ones that we get really have been the same ones, and it hasn't really been an incentive.
Okay, I don't know, because it seemed to me you do more together. You know, if we had organizations that were working together, I think they would be more successful. So, but I don't know what you think of that. So,
I don't disagree with you. I'm just
Okay.
saying that
So-
was the outcome that we expected, but that's just not what we saw occurring. So we could leave it in there.
Right, yeah, 'cause it doesn't hurt to partner, right? It's
No,
not
no.
a negative. Okay, thanks.
We're just not going to give, we're just saying, since it hasn't worked, we wouldn't have that as a factor. But we could as easily leave it in there, and then they get 10 points.
You get 10 extra points.
10 extra points,
if
sure.
they're partnering.
It's at the pleasure of council. We made some point changes we asked for a collection of documents as part of the application process, and so we've made some slight modifications there. Nothing really significant, just to show you some examples of the kinds of things that we're asking them to submit. Certainly their IRS tax determination letter, and their budgets, things like that. And we're adding, asking them now to submit an anti-discrimination attestation, which basically says that they will follow the city's policy in their work. And also we're asking for information about the diversity within their organization. And they just get points for providing that information. We don't do any sort of evaluation of the information. We just give them points for providing that chart. Previously, we've looked at the factors that you see on the left, the focus areas. I mentioned we're taking out the federal funding, so that's no longer relevant. And now we would recommend that there are points for programs that lower the risk of youth violence, that meet improve economic conditions, provide the safe haven, prevent displacement, or increase nutritious food. So programs that apply could meet one or more of these objectives, and they would get points accordingly. I will say in the past you have directed us to provide 10 points for youth violence and prevention, and so we're recommending that we continue that, provide 10 points for low risk, lowering the risk of youth violence, unless directed otherwise. And the others are 5 points.
How many total points can a grant get?
160.
160.
Mhm.
And what was the average points that an organization got? You can tell me later.
Yeah, I can provide that for you. We break it down into tiers.
Right, I remember that.
And this is actually reducing the points from 200 to 160. Believe
Okay.
it or not, we're making it a little simpler.
Okay, all right.
And then the new categories that we're asking folks to give us information on is, as I said before, sort of their diversity within their organization, to a narrative question about how their programs are offered equitably and how they invite partnership and participation from the communities that they serve in the community at large. So again, trying to look at some of the DEI elements as well. And also asking them a narrative question about systemic community problems and their impact on those, in addition to the other work plan questions that we ask. We, in the past, gave points to organizations who had received prior funding if they basically did a good job in administering their grants in the past, if they were timely in turning in their paperwork and reporting and that kind of thing. And we recognize that actually that penalizes new applicants. That wasn't our intention, but that was the impact of it. Because if you had been receiving funding, you would get these points, but obviously if you renew, you got nothing. So we're going to change that, or recommend that we change that, to just deduct points from folks who've previously received funding if they weren't good with their grant administration. And we think that that will not penalize our new folks, and yet not allow folks who've not been good administrators not to suffer some consequence for that in the scoring process. So that's what this slide is all about. Other recommended changes in the governance committee the other day, we talked about recommending that we only have one application per organization for one program. We received some guidance and direction there, so we're withdrawing that recommendation. And we'll deal with that in a slightly different way, and I'll show you in another slide. We recommend no funds for the purchase of equipment that is not attached to real property, so with the purchase of assets that are hard to track and might end up leaving a project or an organization. We recommend not funding those.
Suzanne?
Yes, sir?
I'm sorry. That's kind of, that can be diagnosed in a lot of different ways, attached. It should say it stays with the property. Because in the business I'm in, I go into restaurants and this is supposed to be an attachment and this is, and you go back in there a week later and it's gone. And once it's gone, you don't get it back. So if that's something that's important to you all, it needs to say, and it goes with the property.
Yes, sir. I will make that a change
I
and
agree.
clarification. Yeah, and that's exactly the intent.
Right.
Yeah.
Because like, for example, if an organization bought a computer or a laptop or something like that, that would stay with the program, but that's not like attached, it's nailed down. Okay, I agree.
Well, and we would look at anything less than I think it's $5,000 as a supply versus an equipment. But this came up when we were asked to purchase large commercial kitchen equipment, and also vehicles have been an issue in the past that end up often not,
Okay.
the program may dissolve and then we can't track those things, and there's significant investments. So that's the context behind it. But I will put some clarifying language in the application around that and the amount that we're talking about.
Okay.
And then another significant change is to allow payment of up to 25% of the grant award upon execution of the funding agreement, so essentially prepayment, and then the remainder of payment upon submission of documentation of the expenditures, or if they choose, they could just do a reimbursement, as many of them do. It would depend on the organization. But this obviously will help with small organizations that don't have a lot of capital or funding reserves and cash flow. And also for those organizations, particularly those who work with agencies that serve youth, we're not going to eliminate, obviously, the abuse and molestation insurance requirement, which can be a significant budget impact, so this would provide them funds up front to get that needed insurance coverage that we require. Other recommended changes, well, we talked about some of these in the prior slide. We also don't recommend or don't currently provide any funding for fundraising activities and staff. We recommend that we don't fund schools, PTAs, charter schools, county programs, colleges or universities, or public authorities such as WAVE, the Cape Fear Public Utility, or other city programs, and we recommend not funding scholarships or rent. We're recommending a minimum and maximum grant amount. We currently don't have a maximum grant amount. We did have a minimum of $5,000. We increased that to $10,000 with a maximum of $50,000. And then we would recommend that no organization receive more than $75,000 if they have multiple programs to address the issue we talked about earlier.
That's good.
Okay, because that's that solution. So that is an overview of the nuts and bolts of the Human Services Competitive Agency process.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Quick one. When you mentioned multiple programs, now I thought you said that an organization can only apply for one grant, right? So when you say multiple programs, like for example, Clifford Barnett Water Safety Program, I can apply for two different things or up to $75,000? Help me.
Well, Coastal Horizons is a good example of one. They supply multiple programming in the community for a lot of different services. So
That's exactly, yes. Coastal Horizon, currently the city funds them for several programs, youth, their Rape Crisis Center, the Carousel Center, their women's drug rehabilitation, and a youth shelter. So that's 4 programs, 1 organization. Currently, they receive about a little over $100,000 from the city. And so, as organizations, those larger organizations that do serve a broad array of needs in our community, but as they continue to come to the city and add programs, it makes it difficult to bring in smaller organizations, so we're trying to find that balance. So we withdraw our recommendation to only provide 1 program per organization based on the guidance that we receive from council. So organizations can submit multiple programs, but they won't be funded over $75,000.
Total?
Total.
Okay.
Yeah, so that will have an impact, but it won't eliminate that ability to submit several programs.
Well, I think what we're seeing is a change in emphasis. It's a Rise Together initiative, so you've got to be able to reach down a little bit further. And we didn't have these very successful programs back 10 years ago. Now they are pretty much successful on their own fundraising. So I think it all makes sense, and it helps us reach some organizations that just couldn't apply before.
Exactly. Yeah, that's our goal.
All right. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you,
Very
ma'am.
good.
Thank
I
you.
think
and
we're going to go ahead and
thank
take a
you for
break
your
and get
guidance.
lunch, and then come back and continue to work.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let's do it.
This is going to be a team presentation because we handle capital improvements through a capital improvements team. And Suzanne Gooding will be the person who first leads us off. The emphasis here will be to talk about projects that are somewhat timely and important with regard to completion thereof. So with that, Suzanne.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Suzanne Gooding. Today we are going to look at a brief timeline overview, a review of the current plan CIP for FY23, dive into the FY23 process, and look at some specific projects we'd like to share with you, as well as details on accelerating transportation projects. The capital improvement plan, of course, operates over multiple fiscal years, so as we plan and prepare for the FY23 budget and capital project needs, we are also in parallel preparing for the next capital improvement plan, the third CIP. FY23 is the last year of the second CIP plan, which is a 6-year plan that began in FY18. As projects are shared with the CIP committee and needs are assessed, plans sometimes change. We've asked project managers to submit any immediate need projects that may need to be considered in the FY23 budget, and the CIP committee is currently reviewing those, as well as reviewing potential projects to be included in the third CIP. Council work sessions throughout will allow for feedback in the process, and the third CIP will be developed over the next year with adoption in FY24. As with past CIPs, a tax adjustment is expected, and dependent on the projects needed, this tax adjustment may change. Going into the current plan CIP, as you can see here, this is the FY23 proposed fund appropriations as shown in the FY22 adopted budget. $15 million is expected to be appropriated across the capital funds, and we'll go into those funds. So here's streets and sidewalks, and as you may recall, the second CIP had a heavy focus on maintenance and preservation, and that's well represented here. A lot of these projects are what we consider parent or bucket projects like bridge repair, street rehab, brick street rehab, pedestrian bike improvements, and sidewalk rehab. And those projects have groups that plan out throughout the city where the next funding will go to what we call a child project. In Parks and Rec, the planned project is the parent project for park facilities maintenance. In public facilities, $741,000 is planned for building maintenance, and there's some funding plan for ADA compliance project and a generator replacement study. Also, the third year of a 3-year plan to look at and renovate the interior of City Hall, Thalian Hall. In parking, a transfer from the parking fund to the parking capital project is planned to occur similar to other years to ensure funding is in place for camera replacement in the decks. And in stormwater, we have our annual storm drain rehab project, again, a parent or a bucket project, and then specifically the Whispering Pines and Kelly Road projects. To provide insight into the immediate FY23 process, Project managers were asked to submit new and revised project proposal, and a CIP committee team is currently reviewing those. Over the next few months, we will review project closeout requests and evaluate funding options for the upcoming year as well as this year as well as FY23 and 24. Project managers are also asked each year to update the operating impacts of funded capital projects. From today through April, we will work with you all through council work sessions with a recommended budget coming in May and adoption in June. Next up, Ms. Freund from engineering is going to go over some specific projects.
Thank you, Suzanne. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. As Suzanne mentioned, I'm going to briefly go over some of the projects that we have identified as needing additional funding to complete the projects. The first is the Scientific Drive project, which you've already received an update on. The revised budget for that project was a funding of city of $2.6 million and NCDOT combined to a total project budget of $5.3 million. DOT has recently updated their cost estimates in the state TIP program, and based on increased right-of-way and construction costs, they've reevaluated the cost estimate for this project and have identified that it will need somewhere between 4.6 and 6.4 million in additional funding. That funding would be needed in FY23. We've recently received information from DOT that due to some adjustments in the location of one of the sound walls, they're expecting that number to be closer to the 4.6 million number that you see as opposed to the larger number. There is also some discussion about the possibility of renegotiating the agreement between the city and the NCDOT so that all of that additional cost would not fall on the city. But I think it has gone no further than preliminary discussion at this point in time.
Sorry, what's going on?
We've discussed internally the possibility of revising that agreement such that the city would not bear all of the cost of that.
What was, but then you said it's gone beyond, or?
It has not gone any further than that at this time. Yep. And the next slide just shows you the proposed alignment of that Scientific Drive project. This project, while not funded, we're discussing in tandem with the Scientific Drive project because they're both proposed to serve the Salvation Army location. This is a project that was brought to you by the Salvation Army asking the city to participate in funding what we would call an extension of 26th Street up to the proposed Salvation Army site. When it was presented to you, it was estimated that by the development team that it would be approximately 1.3 million. City staff have done an independent cost estimate using our standard city typical section, applying design fees and also contingencies, and we've estimated that it's actually approximately 2.6 million. The need for that funding, as far as the timeline, is unknown right now. It's tied directly to the building construction, and it's a new request from the Salvation Army. The blue line that you see on that slide shows the proposed alignment of that road. Next up is the Encino Sports Complex project. The funding right now, including Encino sponsorship and Hammerhead's contributions, is approximately 11.5 million. We're estimating that based on our current construction cost for that project, that we'll need an additional 1.8 million to 2 million in order to award that project for construction. That funding would be needed this year, this fiscal year in FY22, in order for us to put that project out for bid early next year and then move directly into construction. Some of the reasons for that additional funding need, there was a gap between the sponsorship that was provided by Encino and the cost of the artificial turf and the sports lighting for that center field. That information was presented to you when we brought the sponsorship forward. But we're also seeing significant cost increases and also supply chain delays for some of the some of the elements of the project that we have a lot of. Namely, we've got a lot of underground water and sewer lines that need to go in with the project. PVC pipe right now is one of the things that we're seeing significant delays and cost increases in getting to our projects. Also, electrical equipment and electrical fixtures, which we have sports lighting as well as pedestrian level lighting at the project, are seeing significant cost increases and delays. Next up is the MLK Gym project. You received an update on this project about a month and a half ago. We are currently completing the consultant evaluation that we discussed at that time and should have those results in December of this year. So we'll be bringing that information forward to you early next year. We are expecting to need some additional funding in FY23 in order to award that project for construction next year. We are seeing some early concerns about the costs that may have been presented, as well as whether or not we need to add additional restrooms with the addition of the second gym. So we'll have that information for you in January. Next up is the River Lights Fire Station. We're estimating that we would need an additional $735,000 approximately in FY22 and FY23 in order to move that construction forward. That is on top of the $5.3 million budget for that project. This is consistent with the information that was presented to you earlier this year when you received the presentation on the status of this project and reviewed the aesthetics. It was designed to comply with the guidelines and the aesthetic of the River Lights area. And some of the reasons for that additional funding requirement, again, are material shortages, increases in construction costs, a competitive construction market. Parks Maintenance Facility. This is a relocation of the existing Parks Maintenance Facility located at the intersection of Burnett Boulevard and Front Street. As you're aware, the city purchased property on Melton Avenue to relocate the facility to. We are currently estimating that we would need an additional $5.8 million for that project in FY23. The project has recently completed a concept design, and we've identified there are 3 major areas where we're seeing cost increase. First, in the covered vehicular storage needs, that when the space needs study was developed, we feel like it didn't adequately provide maneuvering and parking space that the vehicles need to come in and out of the facility. We've also tracked about a 35% construction cost increase since the original estimate was completed in 2017. And then lastly, this site, which is unusual to Wilmington, has about a 15-foot elevation drop across the site, which is making the earthwork and the grading complicated on the site. They are working, the design team is working to relay out the site, make some adjustments in where driveways are located in order to try and minimize that grading and bring that earthwork down into a more balanced situation. They're also looking at areas where city staff can self-perform, like landscaping, and looking at alternate materials for some of the storage areas and potentially reducing building sizes and phasing the project. Those are existing projects with funded needs. I'm going to give you a brief update on some FY22 to 24 projects that we're tracking that are not currently funded, but we think will need funding. First up is the pier at the Best Western. This pier is in poor structural condition. It has actually been closed off to the public. We've also been requested by the ownership of the Best Western to disconnect the pier from the hotel. They no longer want to have that connection out to the walkway. Because it's been deemed unsafe, it's been closed to the public, and staff recommendation is that we demolish the pier. There are other locations where you can get out into the water and view the water, such as the Conlin Pier, which is located not too far from this one. We're expecting about $500,000 to develop the plans and demolish the structure. Riverwalk North, you've been tracking this one for a while. We spoke about this one last year during the budget work session process. There is a culvert repair associated with it. Also, we're starting to see some issues with the bulkhead, and the Riverwalk itself has been settling. We have completed a geotechnical and structural analysis of that section of the Riverwalk, and we should be getting that final report any day. Mike Nicklicky was expecting to get it today, actually. So once we have that report in hand, we will sit down with structural engineers, geotechnical engineers, and come up with a plan for how to mitigate that settling and get that back in great condition. We have also received an estimate on the culvert repair of right around $220,000 since this information was provided in your packets. So we should have more information on that early next year as well once we receive that report. The next project is one that you've heard about as well. There was a community request from the citizens on the east side of Greenville Loop Road to add sidewalk from Shinwood Road back to the elementary school on the opposite side of the road from where we're building the Greenville Loop Trail. We have looked at it internally, and the project would need funding in FY22 and in FY23. We're expecting about 1.1 million would be needed for right-of-way acquisition and construction. We have requested that the consultant who's working on the Greenville Trail project perform the additional survey that we would need to design the sidewalk, and we would be doing the sidewalk design in-house using our senior project engineer, Jason Pace, and his group. However, once we got to the point where right-of-way was required, that's when we would need the funding to acquire the right-of-way and then for the future construction. The intent would be that this project would be built with the Greenville Loop Trail so that we would cause disruption to this area only one time. Next up is another project that we've been tracking for a while, WPD Southeast Command, and we've added the mounted horse unit item in here. This project would need funding in FY22, 23, and 24. Southeast Command is located at the intersection of South College Road and Shipyard Boulevard. It's not a convenient or easily accessed location where it currently is, and there are also some structural mechanical issues in the building. With the mounted horse unit, the lease facility where we've been, where the horses have been housed is being sold, so they are on a month-to-month lease right now, and once that property is no longer available to them, we need to come up with a short-term solution, but ideally we come up with a long-term solution where it's not a lease facility and we don't have to move the horses again. This is a little complicated because there was a space needs study done for Southeast Command, and right now that building houses 3 different units. It's patrol, it's special investigations, and it's also special operations. Ideally, the special investigations folks would be housed in a separate facility, and they also have a need for some storage for special operations vehicles in order to protect them and maintain them, and also house them potentially in a more central location for the city so that they're more easily accessed during emergency events. So we are evaluating several options for that, and we'll bring that back to you as we have more information. The next project is Downtown Trail Phase 1. I'm sure you're all familiar with this project. It needs approximately $2.5 million to move forward with construction. On the slide, you can see it says that the funding year would be to be determined, but since this information was prepared for you, the project has received a WMPO coronavirus relief. Sorry, I don't have that in. Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act funding in the amount of $680,000, which would pay for the design costs for the project. Based on receiving those funds from the WMPO, we would anticipate that construction funds would be needed in FY25. So we do have a little bit of time to fund that $2.5 million while the design is progressing. This project does have extensive community support. There is a group called the Friends of the Wilmington Rail Trail that were involved in the development of the master plan and are also raising private funds to help pay for the cost of the trail. It was also ranked as the top priority in the New Hanover County Greenway Plan. So that summarizes the projects that we are currently tracking as needing funding. As I mentioned throughout, and as you can see on this chart, we still have a lot of unknowns with some of those projects. And as we develop that information, we'll be back in front of you to present that to you.
Where is Hooker Road in this grand scheme of things?
So Hooker, Hinton, and Wrightsville, as you're aware, we came back to you. We have redesigned those. They're currently at 90% design. We have just received the 90% cost estimates. The WMPO and the Bike Ped Committee have been holding funds in reserve to fund the difference between the original budget and the projected budget for those projects. And at this time, we don't anticipate needing to come back to City Council for additional funds for those projects.
So I guess my real question is, when will we see some progress?
Yes, so we're at 90% now. We need to go back to NCDOT and request permission for right-of-way authorization to start purchasing those properties. And then we would go out for construction late summer, early fall next year.
Okay, and Hooker Road,
They're all on the same schedule.
we've been, Laura Paget sat over there when we started this. And, we've had update after update. And frankly, I'm just really sick and tired, especially something like Hooker Road. I mean, it's not like we're building a damn highway. We're building a trail, a wide sidewalk. And it makes us look really foolish, a 2014 bond issue, and we've got all these projects hanging out there. I'm just telling you what people are telling me, and I agree with them.
Mm-hmm. I understand your frustration. We're doing the best that we can to push them
Well,
out
we
as
need to do
quickly as we
better.
can.
We need to do better. And if we have to go out and hire people and bring other people in and contract it out, we need to do that. 7, 8, 9 years is way too long, and by the time some of them are finished, it'll be 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we either need to come back with way shorter bond issues or hire the people to do them. And we're getting ready to march out a $50 million bond issue for housing, and we hadn't even finished the one we started in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I want to, Tony, I want to ask, High Point, North Carolina, and the only reason I'm asking is because I'm on the Metro Mayors, and I've been talking to some of these mayors about some of their funding sources and how they're doing things. But High Point, North Carolina, which is a city of about 111,000 people, 57 square miles, got $19.8 million from the USDOT for grant funding for their greenway trails. Charlotte, I think, got 15, and Durham got 9. And I'm just wondering why we're not applying for some of these grant opportunities, especially for our greenways, when we've already, we've made some tremendous strides in putting a cross-city trail through this community. We've got $20 million set aside for trails through the 2014 transportation bond. And I'm just wondering why we're not applying for some of that grant opportunity. Since some of these things are taking as long as they have, we should be able to get some of this grant money. And I can't understand why these other cities are getting it and we're not, or we're not even applying for it. Is there a particular reason?
I have no idea. Have no idea about the stipulations of the grant program, excuse me, or the applicability of the projects. But let us do some research on that, and we'll get back to you.
And one other thing, and to Charlie's point, I understand his frustration because I'm hearing it also, especially Greenville Loop Road and Hooker Road. I'd like to put an ad hoc committee of elected leaders up here just to keep tabs on this thing. This is very important for us to drive this thing and get it done. This is 7 years now since the 2014 Parks Bond, transportation bond, and I understand the complexities, what happened, we didn't have enough staffing, engineering, and all of the things that have been brought to us, but we need to get a hold of this thing and get it done. And, we're, like Tony said, we're talking about a trail. We're not talking about a highway system, and we're not talking about we're probably talking about some stormwater, but some of the complexities of building a road are totally different than a trail, and we should be able to do this in a much quicker fashion than we're doing it. And I, like myself and Charlie and Neil's over here, he's on MPO, because I know that they're working with Mike's crowd over there, for us to have an ad hoc committee to meet with you folks at least, I don't know, on a quarterly basis, so we can get an update. And if there is something that is holding this stuff up, we need to know about it now. Not 6 months or when we have another retreat, but we need to know about it now. I mean, you understand our frustration, because we're hearing it from the public, and they just don't understand it. And we're trying to explain to the best of our ability. And so I'd just like to put that committee together just so we can sit down with y'all, go over with your engineering department and you and Tony, and just see where we are, so we can report back to our counterparts here and our citizens as to what the hell's going on.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate what you're saying. Is it a capital improvement program, or is it for specific projects, or?
I think on these transportation initiatives, especially the 2014 transportation bond issues, those are the ones that we went to the voters, we went out there hard and worked hard to get them to support it, and they did. In fact, it had higher vote total than the education bond did that particular year, and we just owe it to them. It's 7 years, and we made a commitment that it would be done probably within a 7-year time frame. And here we are going to go beyond that. But we're just frustrated. And I mean, you can understand that. And I'm not blaming it all on y'all, because I know some of it had to do with some outside engineering firms that we've had and some of the poor work that they have done. And look, if they've done poor engineering work, they don't need to come work back at the city, because that's enough. And I know some of these guys, and I just want to get it done. But I really want to get around the 2014 transportation bonds, if nothing else, is take a look at these, especially these trails. Okay?
Yeah, we do understand your frustration, and we'll work.
One more clarification, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Rivenbark, Councilman Anderson, and who?
Me.
You. Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll work with the city manager's office to get that group together and prepare some information for the first meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So now I was going to give you all an update on the current status.
Kevin was over here. I didn't even see him. I was so riled up.
He was
about
so
this.
worked up. So now I'm going to put on my Don Quixote hat and tilt at a windmill, because I'm looking at Scientific Drive, which is a winding, expensive road so that we can get back to Creekwood. And the next one is Salvation Army needs a road so we can get out to Creekwood South. And of course, all of this, in my view, would be easier done if the Department of Transportation were not building a giant wall through the middle of the city and calling it Independence Boulevard, because that's not a boulevard, that's a highway. So once again, I think we as the city should be taking the position with the Department of Transportation that that road should be on the ground. And just think of all the reasons why. First of all, it gives you the opportunity to connect to the Salvation Army much less expensively. Gives them the opportunity to get to Creekwood much less expensively. It connects those neighborhoods rather than divides them. It connects it to the rest of the city rather than makes it just a place you pass through. And I know the engineers have dictated that it has to be elevated, but I call bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. And they're just not trying. And of course, the other thing it completely flies in the face of is railroad relocation, which we plan to do. This needs to be revisited before $1 is spent on elevating Independence Boulevard. And when you really put your head into the engineer point of view, this is the first step to Independence Highway, going from Martin Luther King all the way down to the river. That's their ultimate goal. When I asked them why they weren't slowing the traffic down coming off this new highway, they said, oh, because someday those traffic lights will be intersections. The engineers are looking at dividing the city in half by a highway. I don't think that's good urban planning. I think that's terrible urban planning. And yet, that project just keeps going. It needs to be stopped and rethought. And that will change the numbers on these other roads.
Okay.
So I put that out there, guys. It's up to you.
Amen, Mr. Councilman O'Grady. And I'm glad that someone got equally as riled up about Scientific Drive on the east side of town as they got as riled up about the east side of Greenville Loop Road or whatever road that is, because it makes sense. We're talking about an emphasis being put on the Salvation Army, but what about the concern for the communities that already exist? This is something that has to be put at the forefront of planning and development when we talk about this community, the entire community. And so thank you, Councilman O'Grady, for that.
Well, to Kevin Spears' point, and I just want to, Kevin wasn't on council. I think there was the road to begin with was going to go right down through Turnkey. And there was a lot of neighbors in Turnkey that came out and shared some significant frustration with council about that particular move. That's the reason why that road was moved to go parallel with that off-ramp, is to try to protect Turnkey neighborhood from the impacts of additional traffic.
But there's still a threat of a road coming through here. And to be honest, as a resident of Turnkey, we don't know where the road is coming through. So, you know, we're still anticipating what's going to happen. It's always a reactive measure instead of a preemptive measure.
Well, Kevin, to your point about Independence Boulevard, what Kevin Grady also said, that's been an ongoing concern that we've shared with the Department of Transportation. What I'm talking about is the road through Scientific Drive that we've gone through Turnkey, which is separate from the Independence Boulevard piece.
Mm-hmm. We'll work with the MPO and NCDOT.
And you'll hit a same brick wall I hit.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is no. The engineers have spoken. It's the dictatorship of the engineer. They don't have to get elected. They just go off for a year and come back and say, this is where the road's going to be.
I thought we gave them that message before, that they should stop on that because until we get Aubrey gets the train track moved, and then it could be at grade. So this constant design from the state of building this gigantic berm and dividing is just silly.
The last direction that we received was to eliminate the berm between Market Street and the MLK Parkway. That has been done. Now it's all in structure, and the connections at Hurst Drive and some of the Princess Place Drive would be made under an elevated structure. So the proposal as it exists today is not to build a 350-foot berm in that section. It's to build an elevated structure.
But is this well, I'll talk to you another time about it, where we can look at the pictures, but.
That's obvious if you've ever seen this.
I mean, the last thing we saw was this roller coaster thing, which was absurd on the face of that.
Yes, Councilman Ravenbart, the MPO board did receive an update from NCDOT at their September meeting, I believe. And at that time, the MPO board indicated to the department to move forward with that project. It has been one of the MPO board's top priority projects for this region. It's one of the board's identified top 5 priorities.
Well, what's the structure between Randall Parkway and Market?
Randall Parkway to Market would be berm, yes.
Would be what?
Berm.
See? So that's no different.
That's no different from that section, but the section from Market out to MLK has been changed.
Okay, so what opportunities does that give us to make connections for Salvation Army and to this other neighborhood from that site, rather than build new, very expensive roads on the other side?
The intent of the Scientific Park Drive project is that the department intends to close Carnegie Drive and that connection with the parkway.
So now, instead of building that long road, isn't there going to be an opportunity for a shorter connection on the other side, which could also serve Salvation Army?
There could be that opportunity.
Hey, let's think about that. Maybe we'll save some dollars.
However,
like millions of them, it looks like.
The intent was to provide a connection out to 23rd Street and to provide a second connection to replace the connection to uh,
Well, they need to think a
MLK.
little bit broader. First of all, they didn't bother telling us now that they were going to do that. Second of all, how about these other projects? They should all work together, shouldn't they?
Well, yes,
I mean, we do have somebody like an MPO that's supposed to do that, right?
we
So
do.
you know we're trying to do something here. Why aren't these all working together and give us the best solution
They're all-
for all these problems?
Councilman O'Grady, they are all included in our long-range transportation plan. There's
Yeah, but Independence Boulevard is going to go ahead first, right?
Independence Boulevard is currently funded for right-of-way in fiscal year '24 and construction in '28.
Okay, so shouldn't these other roads be tied in, or at least plans for them?
Well,
So
the
it can all
intent-
be done, together, rather than piecemeal?
The intent is to make those connections to the east with that Independence Boulevard extension project at Hurst Drive. Hurst Drive would run underneath Independence Boulevard
Well, it already
extension.
does. It's there already. That's not a new road. It's just now you're going to build it over. Before you were going to build a berm and just make a hole through it.
That's correct.
So is there no way to work in a connection to Salvation Army?
I'd
to
have
this
to,
now elevated road?
I'll have to look at it.
Yeah, and how about this neighborhood up here, connecting them over to the now elevated Independence Boulevard that's not on a berm anymore? Sounds like there's some opportunities here to tie these projects together.
We'll take a look at your suggestion.
Thanks.
So now I'm going to give you a brief update on accelerating the transportation bond projects. These projects represent $65.2 million between $56.9 million in the bond program, $8.3 million in WMPO grant and local match. $11.2 million have been fully constructed. There's $54 million remaining either in construction or moving into construction. This slide may look familiar to you. It's what we showed you in March of this year, demonstrating bottlenecks that can be seen along time lanes if adequate resourcing isn't provided along the way. This is what the desired state would look like where you don't see the bottlenecks. And in March, we discussed improvements that would help us get to that state, including personnel resources, administrative process improvements, contracting improvements, as well as technology improvements. And on the next slides, I'll give you an update on all of that. City Council funded 3 new positions in FY22, including a project manager, a property acquisition specialist, and an associate attorney. And we are very grateful that those positions were funded. The staff for those positions have been hired, are on board, and are making significant contributions to the progress of the projects. I want to just demonstrate the progress made to you on the transportation projects over the last 8 months. And you can see on the next slides, these are the transportation projects, roadway projects. And you can see that they are all at 65% design or more and moving into right-of-way acquisition and construction. The North Front Street Streetscape project, you authorized award of that construction contract to TA Loving at your meeting earlier this week. The next slide represents the current status of the bicycle and pedestrian projects. Since we met with you in March, we have progressed the Greenville Loop Trail projects broken into 3 sections from a concept design to either 65% or 75% design. And the Hooker, Hinton, and Wrightsville Greenville projects are now at 90% design. This is just a continuation of the bike and pedestrian projects. You'll note on here the Park Avenue Multi-Use Path Phase 2 is nearing construction with a ribbon cutting scheduled for early next month. The next slide represents completed transportation projects, including transportation bond and the Wilmington MPO grant projects. This is a continuation of the completed projects. This slide represents a summary of where the projects currently stand, whether they're complete, in construction, bidding, in design, or deferred. There's a total of 36 transportation bond projects and 8 grant-funded projects. They have been combined in some locations, so that's why you only see 37 projects listed. In addition to the personnel authorizations, when we were here in March, we discussed some administrative changes, including increasing city manager authorization threshold to $500,000, which has accelerated or decreased the time it takes for us to get folks under contract to start those engineering designs. We're also working on updates to our construction bid documents, and we're expecting to roll those out in March. That's a multidisciplinary team of the City Attorney's Office, Purchasing, and Engineering and Public Services. We're also looking at use of liquidated damages and incentives as part of that contract document update, using both a carrot and a stick on projects to help accelerate construction. And the Front Street project that you just approved included both liquidated damages and incentives for early completion. Additionally, you approved in the FY22 budget some technology updates to help with our project management, including a program called CIP ACE. We're currently working with budget and IT to get the contract in place to implement that software. We are being very thoughtful and diligent as we work through that, getting input from IT, the UNC School of Government, and taking some of the lessons that we learned on the Munis implementation to make sure that we are laying the groundwork for a streamlined implementation of that software. We are currently assessing property acquisition timelines for those transportation projects, and we'll be providing an update for you in January. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Have any questions? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I would also interject that we have been doing some analysis of timelines on these transportation bond projects. We met just last week in the City Attorney's Office to talk about timelines and acquisitions on property, including stormwater projects. And with the existing staff levels, they gave us a timeline that was unacceptable with regard to completion of the projects. We've now set 3 years for completion of those projects as the goal for completion of all of those. We will be submitting, associated with the budget, additional requests associated with, especially with paralegals in the City Attorney's Office, to be able to complete them within that 3-year time frame.
Thank you, Tony. Okay. Is that it?
Sir, that is it. I would like to say, first of all, thank you for spending a great majority of your day with us. If there is any additional information that you'd like to provide, you certainly should feel free to do so now or individually with me, and we will take this. We will then begin our budget process in early December, and then you will see with our next budget update some of the resolutions with regards to some of the issues we've raised today, especially with regard to the human resources element. And then we'll also be able to provide you an update on our DE&I initiative and the internal work that we've been doing associated with that. With that, we'd say thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you, Tony. Stand adjourned.
And a show